Back in the day, complications never wore my patience. I was always ready to play. Why face the day in the sunshine in LA? We hit the beach and rode the waves. I lost my balance, I was faded. I was trapped and wrapped up in a scene that was never really me. Plastic lights and starry eyes, and all the freaks were left outside. So I'd look in and wonder why. Where was mine? I couldn't find it. But you're all I've got. You're all I want. Some days it just feels like this will never be enough. Most days it just feels like a struggle to catch up. And I won't mind the day I find what a peace of mind you are. 'Cause life is a wonderful mess. Time to walk away, trade my sunshine in for rain. Same old ways in a different place, but something's changing. I wanted answers and direction. What I got was second guessing, hesitation, no sensation, just more questions. Nothing to blame for being stuck inside this frame of mind. If I can find my way, who I am, what I want, where I'm going, where I was, it's not up to you. I wish there was something you could do, but you're not me, so you can be my answers, because you're all I've got. And you're all I want. Some days it just feels like this will never be enough. Most days it just feels like I've struggled to catch up. But I won't mind the day I find what a peace of mind you are. 'Cause life is a wonderful mess. You're all I've got. You're all I want. You're all I've got. You're all I want. wanna change the world. I just want the perfect girl. I don't wanna hang around, I'd rather be found. It gets better, I wonder, my pleasure together. Everyone's waiting, anticipating. Change the world, but I'm not gonna wait my turn. I don't ever want to come down, I'd rather be found. It gets better, I wonder, my pleasure together. Everyone's waiting, anticipating. It's about you. I will never be alone again. I'm immune to the things they said. My heart's unbreaking. Your radiant truth. I know that you will understand, because I finally found myself. My heart's unbreaking. Your radiant. Your radiant. Do you need anything like I need you? It's over. Do you need anything like I need you? Yo! What is up? Dude, it's like 100 degrees. Got no place to be alone, my friend. Cut his wrist instead. There's your answer. How we doing? Tuesday night.
Nothing like success.
I would rather be in hell than regret.
Do you need anything like I need you? Sober.
Do you need
Anything like I need you. You know I do. A denial. These are not my words. Most of the time, with reality, and permit me to breathe before I do it again. Do you need anything like I need you? It's over. Oh, do you need anything like I need you? Do you need anything like I need you? It's over. Do you need anything like I need you? Dude, let's go. We're looking at the primary results here in a sec. Do you need anything like I need you? Sober. Do you need anything like I need you? Come on.
Do you need anything like I need you?
It's sober.
Do you need anything like I need you?
Do you need? Dude, how we doing, people? All right. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Dude, Tuesday night, that is a hit. That is a good fucking tune, boss. So, good thing everyone I know thinks Cal will be blue. Oh, dude, California is definitely going to remain blue. I mean, guys, if you look at this shit, right? First off, there's a couple things to think about with the California primary. Is we don't know how this is going to play out. A lot of the votes from today aren't even going to get counted until tomorrow. This will, obviously, this guy is maxing out Steve Hilton He's probably going to get like 35% if he makes it into this final round. We don't even know. We don't even know if he's going to end up like, this is only 50% of the votes in. Okay? Yeah, dude, no, 𝗙𝗵𝗏𝗀𝗀 has no chance. I think right now, the thing that's interesting is this right here. There is a possibility that Hilton doesn't even get in this thing, because I believe that this is, most of this so far is reddish vote. Okay? Most of this is reddish vote. So I don't, you know what I mean? I mean, look at this. There's only 50% of the votes in LA County. Okay? There's 50% of the votes in all the way across the board for the most part, and especially with these bigger populated areas. So, I mean, this could be interesting. Okay? This could be like very interesting, right? That, you know, I mean, it may well be these two, but it could very well end up being these two, right? I don't know. We'll have to see. But it doesn't matter though, because if you look at it, it doesn't really matter. Yeah, I mean, dude, this is crazy. Katie Porter and Matt Mahan took a full 10%. So there's probably going to be a Republican candidate simply because Katie Porter and Matt Mahan didn't drop out. I mean, that's 10% of the vote. That is significant. If those guys hadn't voted, you know, there would be, I don't think Hilton would even be in there. Now, we don't know. You don't know where all the Republican Californians are hiding? I mean, I'll show you, boss. They're all here. They're here. They're on the, not I-5. They're on, you know, that, what is it? The Central Valley, Fresno, Bakersfield, etc., and then a lot of the rural high desert areas. But they're all in here. Bakersfield, Fresno, right? Sacramento, etc., etc. In the rural and farm country. I mean, this is going to be, see, it doesn't really matter though, guys, because if it is Hilton and, you know, regardless of who it is, there's no way for the Republicans to win. I mean, I don't see how a Republican candidate in California could get more than like 35-40% of the vote. There's just really no chance. There's no chance. There's no chance. Now, obviously the other interesting race is the mayor, LA mayor, okay? Which if you look at LA mayor, it is 𝗙cie, right? Again, half the votes in, 380,000 so far. That's about half. And Karen Bass is leading. She's definitely going in. Again, will 𝗙cie be able to make up this amount with the remaining 50%? I hope so. I really hope it's 𝗙cie versus Bass. And not because I'm worried about Spencer winning. Again, I don't think Spencer Pratt has a chance at winning. But what I don't want is to just have to deal with his fucking propaganda. You know what I'm saying? I mean, he is so funded, and all the AI and all the nonsense propaganda. I feel like, you know, his propaganda is going to be, you know, his propaganda is going to be annoying, just in the entire election. Yeah, but Stephanie, when you said you didn't think Trump had a chance, yeah, but that is a national election. Trump could never have won California, okay? You know what I'm saying? Trump could never have won California. And Spencer Pratt, there's no way he could win LA mayor. I mean, there's no way. There's no way he's going to win. There's no chance, guys. I don't think there's much of a chance. But his propaganda and those AI videos, I feel like are they do sort of give the Republicans a little bit of juice. Look who we ended up with. Who you ended up with what? Again, guys, you can't compare the mayor race of one of the bluest cities in America to a national fucking election. Okay? You know what I'm saying? Trump didn't come close to winning California, boss. And Trump never came close to winning Los Angeles County. Right? There is no way Spencer Pratt can win the mayor race. There's no way. You know what I'm saying? I don't see how there's a possible way. There's just not enough voters. I mean, he would need to have like 𝗙icia's voters voting for him. And I don't think 𝗙icia's voters are going to jump on Spencer Pratt. I don't think there's a chance. I mean, anything, I guess, theoretically is possible, but you got to look that, I mean, with 𝗙cia and Karen Bass, you're looking at 56%. I think Pratt will win around 40%, right? Maybe 42. You know what I'm saying? Right? You say with Bass, there's a chance. I don't think so. I don't think so. Here's what I think, guys. Here's what I think is obviously, like there are a lot of people who don't like Karen Bass, but like, dude, Spencer Pratt is endorsed by Trump. Okay. That alone is going to make like, 75% of the Democrats come out and vote against him simply because he is the Trump endorsed candidate. Dude, he would have to get all of 𝗙icia's voters to win this mayor election. Right? Yeah, there's very little chance of that happening. That would have to be a lightning strike. Dude, let's go. The Dems in LA will come together and landslide his ass. Yeah, I don't think they're going to let him win, guys. I really don't. Okay? I really don't think they're going to. Now, here's what you should be prepared for, though. Okay? It could be a Bernie situation. How could it be a Bernie situation? So, Bernie was not endorsed by Trump. Okay? You know what I'm saying? Right? It is like, a Trump endorsed candidate is not going to win Los Angeles. Okay? They're going to make you think he is, but there is no way, dude. All right, let's look at Trump versus Harris in LA County. All right? You know what I'm saying? Let's look at LA County, boss. Trump versus Harris. Look at that. 64-31. Right? You know what I'm saying? I mean, this is the city of LA, boss. Dude, there's no way. There's no way the worst fucking Democrat of all time is still going to win. There's just not enough voters. Like, you would literally have to have half of the Democrats. And I don't think half of the Democrats are going to vote for Spencer Pratt. I think some young white bros are going to, but there are not enough young white bros to win that election for him. Dude, I just don't think it's possible, man. You know, I mean, they're going to make you think it is, okay? They're going to make you think it is. You know, the city of Los Angeles is so blue, guys. You know, and they don't get really, there's no like rural area of, you know what I'm saying? Like it is not even LA County. Like, you know, I mean, look at the number of votes. Look at it. If you look at the LA votes, look at the number of votes that Spencer has. 48% of the votes are in, and he has 100,000 votes. Now there's going to be a bigger turnout, but I think he may get 40%. And that would be very, right? Like Hassan said, we are underestimating how chud-coded Cali is. Yeah, I mean, I don't necessarily see it, but we'll see. We'll see. Again, I think people that I think some of the people in Hassan's circle that want anarchy and that hate the establishment, some of those idiots will vote for Spencer Pratt. Some of the young people that are just trying to create chaos in LA. But dude, there are just a lot of regular fucking Democratic people that aren't going to vote. You know, maybe Hassan's audience is going to have some of his people vote for Spencer Pratt. But dude, you know, I don't see him winning. You know, I don't see I'm not too worried about that, but you never know. You never know. Hassan is not supporting Pratt. I don't think he is supporting Pratt, but I think that like young men who don't like the establishment may fucking vote for Spencer Pratt. You know what I'm saying? Young men who don't like the establishment could possibly vote for Spencer Pratt because he is like, you know, gonna burn it all down and shit. Right? You know, I just don't, you know, I just don't really, I don't really fucking see it, you know, because again, guys, the voting pool is like 𝗙cie, okay? 𝗙cie and Karen Bass are kind of similar, guys. You know what I'm saying? That's just it. Like Karen Bass and 𝗙cie, their voting block is really similar. And Spencer Pratt is going to pick up like everybody that is not like their voters, right? And he's going to pick up a lot of young people, and he's going to pick up like accelerationists, and he's going to pick up people that want to create chaos, you know, the sort of the Caruso style voters. He's going to pick up some people like Anna and Cenk, right? I just don't think he's going to be able to overcome the contingent of people that don't want a Trump endorsed candidate winning LA, because they know a Trump endorsed candidate would be devastating for the LA economy, guys. I mean, you know, think about like ICE raids, like day in and day out, and LAPD fucking, you know, doing homeless sweeps and shit. You know, dude, that would be a fucking disaster. I can't imagine, you know. He came out of nowhere. No, he didn't. Dude, he's famous. Like Spencer Pratt is like very, very famous, boss. Like that's what you don't get. Like the only reason he's even pulling this is because he's reality TV famous. I don't think anybody really thinks he, you know, I don't think anybody really thinks he would be, you know, a good mayor, except, you know, the MAGA shitters. But I don't know. We'll see. I'm not seeing it. I think something devastating would have to go on for that to happen. But you know, I think though, here's what I will say is this, okay? I will say that if you live in LA, you better fucking show up in this election. You better not show up if you live in the city of Los Angeles. You know what I mean? I mean, that's something that's like super important, guys, is, you know, everybody needs to fucking show up and make sure you send this guy packing. But again, I don't know necessarily that he's even going to be in the top 2. Okay, we'll see. It's only half the votes in, you know. But I will say this though, guys. I will say though, he is really good with, like, you know, weaponizing young people and people that are upset at, like, Karen Bass's failures. Okay, he is very good. He's very heavily financed, and they are very good at, like, detecting people who are upset at the way LA has been run and trying to manipulate that vibe, right? With their AI videos and with their, you know, whatever, their viral content, the fact that he is a reality TV person, they have a lot of viral content sort of going on, you know what I'm saying? And so there, you know, I think he definitely needs to be taken seriously, and people need to show up and they need to fucking vote like their city depends on it. But I don't know. I'm not really seeing it. You know, but we'll see. We'll see, man. I mean, I didn't think people were going to vote for Trump either. I thought Kamala Harris would certainly win, but a lot of this is just, you know, I mean, it's just because it's the split primaries. San Diego is red now. San Diego, though, guys, San Diego has always been red. Okay? San Diego is different than LA, guys. San Diego is not diverse, guys. Okay? San Diego is rich white people and fucking finance bros and old retired people and military. Okay? So, like, San Diego is like notoriously red. Same with Orange County. Okay? San Diego has the military base, right? Coronado. So there's a huge military community. There is, right? When you get down there, there's also the fucking the Marine base down there. And it is like really rich white people, old white retirees. And there is like a Hispanic community, but most of San Diego is rich white people and the military. So it's really San Diego and Orange County too. Orange County has been fucking, right? But I mean, even if you look at Orange County, look at this, dude. Even with Orange County, like, there will probably be a, you know, that'll be a toss-up. But yeah, San Diego, I mean, I like San Diego. Like, I like going to TwitchCon down there because it's pretty, and the gas lamp area is really nice and quaint, and there's some great restaurants. But dude, San Diego has like no culture, guys. San Diego's your home. It has no culture. It doesn't. It is like white chud fucking puka shells and military, bro. Dude, it sucks. Dude, I mean, it's like, it's fun to go there for a week. Dude, the gas lamp is great. But dude, San Diego is, the weather's really nice, but it is like chuds, dude. It is, you know, it is pretty chuddy. Pretty like, yo, dude, let's go drink hurricanes at the dance club, bro. It is pretty like frat boy. Like San Diego State University. Oh my God, dude. It is like frat boy. Orange County. Dude, Orange County is just a lot of wealth. There's a lot of money Republicans, guys. See, that's what it is. That, let me just tell you guys, all right, just so you know, okay, when you look, there's two kinds of Republicans, okay? There are the Republicans that live in Bakersfield and Fresno, the Central Valley. Those are like middle America, you know, rural, white, working class people. And then the other kind of Republicans, guys, are the money Republicans. And they're the people that actually have the values of Democrats. You know, they don't have an issue with abortion. They don't care about those social issues, but they like tax cuts and they like their businesses to have zero regulation. And that is the, you know, those are the people that you see around the LA and Orange County area. They're money Republicans, where they're not really Republicans socially, they're Republicans financially. Okay? They're like social Democrats that vote for the Republican Party on the DL because they want the fucking right? Dude, let's go. No, dude, San Diego is incredibly diverse. It absolutely is. But, you know, there's a lot of Hispanic people down there too. But it is still the you know, the I guess when I talk about like San Diego being chuds, I'm talking about like how I mean, all of Southern California is diverse with Hispanic populations and all that. But if you go to LA, you have a very diverse sort of like liberal white, you know, the white people in LA. There's a lot of artists, a lot of liberals, a lot of hippies, a lot of new agers, right? If you go to San Diego, the white people in San Diego are like finance bros and old white retirees. So it's like there's a diverse population with, you know, people of color and Hispanic and all that. But the white population in San Diego is very like one-dimensional. You know, if you go downtown and you go to like a dance club in San Diego, it is like super bro-y. And you go to like dance clubs in LA and it's very, very different. The white scene is very different. They're definitely racist in San Diego. I think they're way more racist in San Diego and Orange County than they are in LA, dude. Definitely. But it's not even just that. It's just more like, I don't know, there's like a mentality down there that, you know, San Diego is a certain type of, you know, it's more Orange County-ish, you know, more like the surfer bros and the you know, the military. The military is huge down there. So you have the type of, you know, the type of people that like living in a military city. And that's not really, you know, they still have an art scene, but it's got way more Chads. The Chad to non-Chad population in San Diego is very high, guys. Dude, that's what I'm talking about. Peter Stance, FDT dance, let's go. Let's go, Lens. Dude, Peter says FDT dance, let's go. Pine box now. But, you know, that's why it you know, a lot of times they have a pretty significant Republican contingent, right? Dude, yeah, no, you're right. A lot of the Catholic, I mean, a lot of the immigrants from South America, I think, vote red, guys. Right? Dude, let's go. Painting with a wide brush there. Dude, I'm painting with a brush of somebody who grew up in Southern California, right? You know what I'm saying? I mean, I grew up in Southern California. And you know, mostly in LA, but also I lived in Orange County for a while. And there, you know, there is, you know what I'm saying? I think my brush is pretty accurate, right? The Chad to non-Chad population in San Diego is way higher, right? Right? It is. It is. Even with the colleges, right? Like, you know, there's a graduate student population in San Diego, but most of the people that go to college in San Diego have like way lower GPA than the people that are going to college at, say, UCLA or Pepperdine, right? You know what I'm saying? It's like, you know, it is way more like USC and fucking, you know, UC Irvine down in San Diego. Wins is a punk Paulina prayers. Let's go. A lot more Chads, boss. Everything I say is right. You're incorrect. Everything I'm saying is right, boss. You're wrong. Sorry. Let's go. I lived in Placentia in Orange County. I lived in Placentia. Dude, I was literally... Dude, I used to go to San Diego every year too, boss. Right? I would go there for TwitchCon. Dude, and one of my best friends in high school lives in San Diego too. Well, actually, two of them. Just came here to say this is enjoyed. Let's go, Lins. Placentia. Right? That's where I lived in Orange County. It's right next to 𝗙𝗡𝗽𝗪. Everything I say is correct. Let's go. You got it, Payne. Dude, Payne knows what's up. Yeah, no, I went to junior high in 𝗙𝗡𝗪, right? In Bernardo Yorba Junior High. Let's fucking go, boss. Dude, let me just tell you, okay? You know, I mean, like I said, I would go to San Diego every year for TwitchCon, and my friend Mike still lives down there. He's lived there since high school, okay? So he's lived there for 40 years, dude. That's crazy. My friend Ralph lives there too. He's a professor of genetics at the university. And Ralph has only lived there for like 30 years. But I would visit San Diego. Like I would. I love visiting San Diego, but I would never fucking live there. There's not a chance I would live in San Diego, boss. Not a chance. It's too the proximity to the military base and the sort of like, you know, the type of white culture that exists there. I don't like that type of white culture. I'm much more like the white culture that is in like New York or Seattle or San Francisco, right there, where it's a little more artsy and less, like a little less Chad heavy, right? It's the Chad level for me, guys. Peter Paula, he mastered her lingo. Let's go. Dude, let's go. Dude, you guys are killing it, Lins. For me, it's the I have a Chad limiter, okay? You know what I'm saying? I have a Chad limiter that like you know, only so many Chads per capita can exist in an area. Let's go. Let's go, boss. Dude. No, but it is beautiful. Great weather. Great weather. Great fucking weather, boss. Great weather. Just not my vibe. Not my vibe, boss. You know what I mean? Chad quote is in. Hey-oh. Hey-oh. There's some good beaches. Good beaches. I had a brother that was stationed at Coronado too for a long time. So I have a long history of like, you know, being in proximity to the military base too. Right? Yeah, the beaches are great down there and the weather's nice. But again, I personally, I just don't like cities that have a heavy military presence. Right? I don't. There's a vibe, guys. In military presence cities, I don't like it. I don't like the vibe. I don't like the vibe in those cities. And dude, there's some of that too, even when you get by the Marine base, by Pendleton, that is down by, you know, Dana Point and Oceanside and all that. There's a fucking Chad level down there too, dude. There's just something about the southern part of California that is too Chads. Let's go. It's just not my thing, dude. Sorry. Deal with it. Deal with it. Let's go. Fuck it. All right. So, yeah. I mean, this is going to be interesting, guys. 50% of the votes in. Can Steyer make up? And can he overtake? Dude, I don't know if he's going to overtake Hilton, dude. I think it's probably going to end up being Hilton and Becerra, right? You know what I'm saying? This is what it's looking like right now, but we'll see. Only half the votes in, guys. Look at this. Look at this, guys. Look at how this could change, okay? You know what I'm saying? 4.3 million. And so that means there's another 4 million votes coming. Like, we have no idea what's going to go on here. Okay? I think Steyer could easily jump ahead. Dude, look at this. This is nuts, dude. There's like the total reported, it says 50 or wait. Oh, 4.3 million is the total. Wait, let me see here. Yeah. So yeah, there's 4 million reported, but it's only 50%. So there's another. That's crazy, dude. You know, this is anybody's race right here. It is still anybody's race. Aren't the red districts all counted? So I don't know how they do that, guys. I think the red districts come in first, okay? But it says here that, you ready? Most Californians vote by mail and they have 1 week to arrive, okay? Which means, you know, so half the results were posted by the day after the election. It took 10 days to get to 95% of the votes. So these votes can still come in for another 6 days, okay? And the in-persons won't be counted until tomorrow. So all of these that they've counted are just the early mail-ins. That's it. So this is like wide open at this point. It is like very, very wide open. Dude, what I want to know is this. Dude, who are the 17,000 that voted for 𝗙𝗪que𝗍𝗏, boss? Who the fuck are these people, dude? Right? Dude, who are these people? Dude, that voted for 𝗍𝗏. 17,000 Californians. Dude, they've been living in the woods. So yeah, man. But one thing that is noticeable is Pelosi's district. I don't know if you guys saw this, but one thing that was notable is Pelosi 11, okay? That Wiener won. The Wiener took this one, and 𝗙cie𝗶𝗏𝗏 fucking Jenks guy got last place, dude. Right? Or like third. I mean, not last, because I guess there were a whole bunch of people you never heard of. But the Wiener won. The Wiener, dude, he's so weird too, dude. He's such a weird guy, but he won. Okay? So that one was notable. That was notable. But yeah, man, this is like, it looks like Nithya's amount is growing. She's got like 30,000 to overtake Pratt. It's going to be interesting. A Wiener? Yeah, Wiener is a very, old school, like Dem Party, Hillary Clinton sort of dude. That's who Wiener is, right? He's like an old school, like Clinton Democrat, right? But here's what I thought was interesting, guys, was this race, okay? Right here in Iowa. I thought this Iowa race was interesting because of this right here. The Republican primary for governor. Because, dude, Tyler, let's go. Thank you, boss. 23 and 14. Dude, you had 61 where? In Iowa or in California? Where are you, Janos? This is a really interesting race, guys. In Iowa, right? Swear I'm going to bed. Hope y'all dance. Linz, we're gonna try to dance. We got 22 guys, 22 and 13. Want to secure it, but I thought the Iowa Republican governor's race was really interesting. And here's why. Because Feenstra was the Trump guy, okay? Right? Feenstra is the Trump endorsed guy, and Zach Lon is 𝗙PUSA endorsed. So that, to me, is like really unusual. You know what I'm saying? I thought that was really unusual because if you have 𝗙PUSA, okay, you had Turning Point USA, all of these guys were talking about Lon, right? You have like Erica Kirk sitting here making a big deal. Congratulations to Zach Lon on his victory. He will be a great governor for Iowans, right? And TP Action, right? Turning Point Action, their political arm, the fucking softies that fucking block me because they're cunts. They back this guy. But look at what they're saying. They're like, congrats to TP Action endorsed Zach Lon, who's brought together conservatives, MAGA, and MAGA for one of the most exciting campaigns in the nation. But this was not the Trump endorsed guy, okay? So they're like, this is the first sort of, I don't know. It's like really weird because I wonder, it's like a weird separation, okay? Because most of, 𝗙PUSA's connections are now this, this Zionist, Netanyahu-based, whatever, uber Christian, and they've like been solidly with Trump, right? Erica Trump, and yet they actively like ran a guy against the Trump AIPAC-funded main dude, and their guy won, and they're like, calling it a MAGA Maha like union or whatever. And so I'm just really interested to see how this plays out, right? Because how is Trump going to feel about that? Is he going to be okay with like Erica Kirk and 𝗙PUSA, shitting on his endorsed candidate? You know what I mean? I mean, Trump's a little unpredictable in that way. Like, is he going to hold a grudge over that? And if so, how is that grudge going to play out? Right? I mean, it could be interesting. Dude, this guy looks like he shouldn't be fucking within 100 yards of a grade school, boss. Right? Fucking dude. And dude, she's like pimping her fucking, she's still posting about Charlie every day. Jesus. What a disaster. Dude, Iowa. What a disaster. But this is an interesting, I don't know, this is an interesting map. Looking at the 𝗙cie 𝗏𝗏, like there's I feel like there's a separation happening. You know what I mean? I mean, I feel like there's a MAGA separation that's happening between like suburban MAGA and rural MAGA, right? There is a like young America firsters, older MAGA, rural MAGA, young sort of, you know, suburban Groyper influence like uber Christians. Dude, I can't shake the feeling that there's some type of new political alignment coming. And I don't know what it looks like. But there are weird alliances that are happening, guys. There are weird shifts that people are, you know, and I mean, obviously you're seeing like the Tucker Carlson, Hunter Biden, Tucker Anna, Tucker Cenk. There's some weird shit going on because of the Israel-Palestine Gaza war, young people versus old people, suburbs versus rural areas. There is some type of like something's gonna happen. And like, yeah, I don't know. It's just the MAGA that Trump, you know what it is, guys? Here's what it is Trump's MAGA is like fucking rednecks, okay? The real MAGA base are like Confederate flag waving, deeply racist, rural fucking men, right? And the women who cook dinner for them and do their laundry, right? That's like the MAGA base, okay? This rural, racist, misogynist, church-going, like fuck the cities, Democrats kind of base, right? Now, there were a group of like the Groypers and the sort of like, you know, young, rebellious, church-going people that supported MAGA because they didn't want to be Democrats. They're anti-LGBTQ, right? Like the Andrew Tate, sort of those guys, those fucking male influencers and the Logan Pauls and shit. But like, I don't think they're really MAGA, okay? I think they supported like Trump, but they didn't really support the MAGA movement. They're not really ideologically aligned with those rural bumpkins. And so now I feel like Charlie Kirk, even though he helped Trump win with the MAGA bumpkins, Charlie Kirk was sort of the white frat boy, Logan Paul-y, misogynist, kind of like manosphere bros. They don't really ideologically align with MAGA. They don't. And so I think they're going to like, I don't know. I think they're going to abandon the concern of those rural people and sort of strike off on their own, man. And like now, I feel like they have more power than Trump did. You know what I'm saying? And so that's really going to be interesting. Like something's going on. Something is definitely going on there, guys. All right, guys, we need 20 in 6 minutes. Let's go. All right, let's secure the dance party. And then I got to show you the thing that blew my mind today, guys, because something today absolutely blew my mind. Okay, there was something that blew my fucking mind, boss. And it's going to blow your mind too. Let's go. Dude, Lynn's last one for real. Peter S is a punk. DJT, let's go. Dude, Stephanie said had to make pasta salad for tomorrow. Back now, let's go. Dude, we love the pasta salad. Dude, 20. We got 20, guys. Oh, shit. 20 to go. 6 minutes. Dude, yeah, no, I want to look at that Bakersfield thing. I also we got to look at the craziest endorsement, guys. That today was pretty, a little bit mind-blowing, actually. Mind blown. Dude, the Mariners did win. Fucking, right? The Mariners won 8 in a row now. You live in the city, depend on your wife and the VA to take care of you. Right? They sent you to Iraq to make you this way, then they mock your disability. Man, I'm sorry about that, Chris. Dude, fuck the MAGA Republicans, dude. Fuck the Republicans. Yeah, dude, the war shit, I mean, there's a lot going on, guys. There's a lot of like, and dude, what's going on with Trump? Dude, you see that Dr. Oz shit today? Bro, we got to talk about this. But first, 4 minutes. Let's go. Oh, fuck, boss. 20 away, dude. Let's get it. Dude, 19, Central Valley in California's horrid. It is. Unless you're into grapes of wrath and that shit. Or if you're a farmer. Dude, you'll see. I'm gonna drop you the knowledge on Oz. Dude, he's an idiot, bro. That guy, they should not let him do press conferences. He is not helping them, dude. Not helping them at all. Dude, Chico, party school. I used to party with some girls in Chico, dude. Had really good times there, man. You watched Dr. Oz when you were young and dumb? Oh, shit. Doctor. Dude, let's go. 19, guys. 3 minutes. Dude, yeah, Trump is like, dude, something's going on, boss. That guy is not well. Grapes of Wrath, you like that? It's true, dude. Every time you drive up by Modesto, it is totally Grapes of Wrath, boss. Three minutes, 19 and 3. Oh, shit. So, yeah, here's what they're saying.
Remember, the final piece of the puzzle that we won't know tonight, right, is the late arriving vote by mail. And we're talking about probably like a third of the vote in Los Angeles. We're probably not going to be getting until tomorrow and maybe days to come after tomorrow. The mail can still come in after Election Day. And there's indications, and there's certainly a ton of precedent here, that late arriving vote by mail is going to be significantly more Democratic friendly than all of the other vote, meaning...
Yes, that's the thing. Steph Sells, let's go. Dude, Shin Godzilla, let's dance. 𝗙𝗪𝗏𝗏, let's go. See, I heard this too, guys. All right, we need 17 in 2 minutes. Let's go. Let's go. We got to get this dance party. But that's what I heard is that the early vote by mail are usually Republican votes in California. They have a station that only plays Heard It Through the Grapevine. Love you, punks. Let's go, dude. Thank you, Stephanie. And so that'll be interesting, both in the Hilton race and in LA. If the late mail-in votes are more Democratic, that means 𝗙cie could still bump Pratt, and we could get rid of his dumb ass. And the same with Hilton. Okay, Steyer is very much in the running, guys. There's like 4 million more votes. So if Steyer is like, gets 2/3 of, the remaining split, right? Or, you know what I mean? If he even gets 1/3 of those million votes, he's going to go way above Hilton. Now, there will be a little bump for the Republicans for the day of voting in the voting booth, but most of California uses mail-in. And most of it is the late vote is, they say, has been traditionally the Republicans do their mail-in votes early and the Democrats do theirs late. Okay, dude, Jason's, let's go. 30 seconds, guys. Dude, we are 15 away, baby. Dude, vote by mail is the only way to go, guys.
That would be good news for 𝗏𝗏𝗏. Right. That would be good news for ramen. if she's going to come out of tonight behind Pratt, it's a huge if, but if she's going to come out of tonight behind Pratt, well, it's not a huge if at this point, she would then have the opportunity, if she's close enough, to catch him with that. But that is a 25,000 vote pad there. 8 percentage points that Pratt has managed to build. Remember.
Yeah. See, that's easily made up, right? If they have 350,000 votes and she's only 25,000 votes behind, that is very easy to make up. That's less than 10% of what's up there. All right, so we're going to run it again. We're going to run a new one. Dude, let's go. Chris, let's go, baby. Thank you, Chris. All right. Running a new goal. 15. We're going to get the remaining 15, guys. Let's get it. I want Spencer to not be in the fucking, I don't want 4 months of his AI videos and their doom and gloom, right? Because you see what they've been doing every day. They've been just like peppering the online world with like, LA is unlivable. Everything the Democrats touch is unlivable. This, that, oh, crime is rampant. This is rampant. It's just all like an endless line of like bullshit and lies and misinformation and a bunch of like wealthy reality TV assholes. You know what I'm saying? So degenerate, dude. It is like, please make it so we don't have to fucking deal with these people. You know? Dude, look at Spencer Pratt. Dude, he posted God is good. Dude, Spencer Pratt has no relationship with God. This is so phony. Look at this shit. Pratt just shared this powerful photo on Instagram of him praying, captioned, God is good. Dude, he is a degenerate, bro. This guy doesn't believe in God at all. These people are so fucking gullible, bro. Look at it, though. They're trying to do it again in front of our eyes. Stop the steal. Dude, stop the steal. See, look at this shit. Look at Benny, the closeted homosexual Johnson. He says, pray for Spencer Pratt tonight. LA is in a dark place, man. This city needs a miracle. Spencer is fighting for his family and neighbors who want to raise their children in a clean, safe town. Dude, LA is not a town. It's not Democrat versus Republican. It's good versus evil. Darkness versus light. We must win. Dude, Jamie! Hello from Arizona, Derry. Let's go! Dude, look at these clowns, bro. These people are like fake. You know what I'm saying? These are not Christians, dude. These guys are fake. They're fake reality TV. Like, they'll do anything for $1. I'm serious. They will do anything. There's not a knob they wouldn't polish for money, dude. They would lie. They would cheat. They would steal. They would sell out anyone for $1. All three of these idiots. You know? Give me a fucking break, dude. And they pretend to be Christians.
Really intense.
I was trying to fight the control room because we've been hyping this. Here it is. We just got same-day vote out of the city of Los Angeles, and it's exactly what we were saying might happen. The same-day vote is favoring Spencer Pratt. Look at what just happened. He's moved now within 22,000 votes of Bass. A 6,000 vote gap here between a 6-point gap now only between Bass and Pratt.
And this is kind of what you thought would happen, right, Steve?
This is the same-day vote. We typically see this be a Republican-friendly vote.
Absolutely.
And it came out here for Pratt, and it's moved him closer, and I think more.
But all the mail-in votes are going to come in, and they're going to swamp this shit.
Critically for Pratt. Look at this. He is now double digits ahead of 𝗙cie𝗹𝗋𝗏 in second place. He is closer, significantly closer to 𝗏𝗏𝗏 for first place right.
See, that's just it, though, guys. That is, it's going to end. Their shit is going to end, though. Like, Pratt's going to hit his ceiling, and then all the late Dem votes are going to come in. Right? And then, of course, they're going to start screaming. I mean, I already saw people, even before the election, there were people that were saying, if Spencer doesn't win this, it's rigged, is what they were saying. And I'm like, dude, what are you even talking about? Right? Like, that's their thing. Oh, if he doesn't win, it's rigged. They were saying that before the election. Like, dude, there's no way a MAGA candidate is winning this shit.
Than he is to Rahman for third place in this race here. So that's, again, that's a significant development that just came out there. It took us up from just under 40% to 45%. The same-day vote is not nearly as big as the vote by mail. The other thing that we're kind of waiting on now before we get to those late-arriving mail ballots is also the vote that was cast in person at polling places before Election Day. It's not a huge sum, but it's a bit of a wild card. We don't quite know what to expect with that. But if that was another boost like this for Pratt, then Pratt would be breathing right down Bass's neck and way ahead of Rahman. If we talk about him having a pad right there, he just took a very big step in that direction.
But, dude. Oh, shit. Dude, it is going to be, like, so annoying. This mayor race is going to be so annoying, guys. Right? Yeah, that's just it. I think he has zero chance in the general election, but he's going to be so annoying to, like, have to deal with this campaign. But all right, guys. Dude, we need 14. 14 and 9, baby. Dude, Jen W, let's go. Thank you, boss. Let's go, Jen. Appreciate you. So, yeah, let's fucking secure this. Connie Chan lost. And fucking 𝗙cie𝗶𝗏𝗏 lost. How was massage therapy? It was good. Scott Wiener wins. The Wiener wins, boss. I mean, everybody knew. I think everybody knew Wiener was gonna win, dude. Dude, he's really big up there, boss. You know what I'm saying? He is. I mean, it is like San Francisco proper, right? He knew. I knew he was gonna win. You know what I'm saying? I knew he was gonna win. Okay, I did. I knew he was gonna win. I know that Pelosi was, you know, endorsing Connie Chan, but like Wiener's like he is like a San Francisco fucking, you know. I mean, he has been through thick and thin with that city. I feel like, right? Like he's been a fighter for San Francisco for decades, yes. You know? And so, like, I kind of knew he was going to win. Dude, he won handily, too. Dude, he won more votes than, like, both of them combined, right? The Wiener, right? The Wiener is in, boss. All right? Wiener number 1. All right, guys. Dude, we need 13, baby. Let's go. Let's get this dance party so we can get on. And we can get on to the craziest fucking endorsement. Can I just say, today I saw something that I was like, there's no way, bro. Like, what am I looking at? What am I looking at? The endorsement of the century happened today. And it sort of like blew apart a narrative that was, you know, where I was like, how is this going to sit? Because it destroyed an internal narrative, right? And no, it's not the Keene thing. The Keene one is we can talk about that too. But this is something else. Dude, 13, guys. Let's go. Get it. Here's your sample, baby. Let's get it. Hunter Biden. Dude, Hunter Biden celebrated 7 years of sobriety, boss. I'm celebrating, guys. 4 days. In 4 days. All right, let me see. When is the 6th? The 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th. On Saturday, I will be 19 years sober. 19 years, guys, on Saturday. Oh, right? 19, baby, on Saturday. Let's go. Come on, guys. 6 minutes. 5 minutes. Holy shit, 5 minutes. Let's go, let's go. Five minutes. Let's go, let's go, let's go. You don't drink it all? Good. Good, good. Yeah, no, I like it. I like being sober. Right? It's not hard to stay sober now. It was hard. The first couple of years were hard. But no, I like it. I like it. It's a good fucking, it's definitely good vibes. Let's go, let's go. There we go. Shin Godzilla, cheers to sobriety, boss. It's a great feeling. It is indeed. All right, guys, 4 minutes, 12 away. Let's get it. We're down to crunch time. This is it. We're getting the dance party or not. The hardest times, first 3 months. I felt like the first year was pretty difficult for me. First year. And then it was difficult. Around 3 years was also hard. And then after 5, it like got pretty easy. But for me, that first year was like super challenging. And then it got really challenging around 3 years too. Because I think around 3 years is when I got serious about doing going beyond like AA and actually getting into therapy, like intensive therapy, and really sort of healing the shit that got me there in the first place. Like the first couple years was like working the program, and that was like super beneficial. But then around 3 years, I sort of hit this wall where it was like I was still grappling with the same issues, but, you know, sober versions of the same issues. And that's when I decided to do like the deeper work, right? Dude, 3 minutes. Let's go. All right. 3 minutes. Then I'm moving on. We dance or we don't dance. I got to fucking, oh shit, it's already 11:30. Dude, I've been spinning my wheels today. You just quit everything, haven't looked back. Good for you, boss. That's good, boss. Let's go. 2 minutes. Dude, down to the wire. Dance party canceled. Let's go. No, dude, we'll see. Maybe we don't have a dance party. I think we can still get it, but we might not have one. That's all right. Like I said, the day we don't have a dance party, it'll just be like, you know, it's bound to happen at some point. It is. Dude, Asti, let's go. Here it is, 2 minutes. We're down to the wire. Final 11. Oh, shit. 10. Steph Sells, let's go. 10 away, guys. 10 away, 2 minutes. We got this. Let's get it. Dun, 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 dun. 9 away, dude. Jason, shrimp on the bobby. Put another shrimp on the bobby, Jason's. Let's go. 9 away. 9 away. 1.5 minutes. 8 away. Another shrimp on the bobby. Let's go. Dude, 8 away, guys. 120. Let's do this. Dun 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 dun. 8 away. 8 away. Oh shit. Final minute. I don't think we make it, actually, boss. I think we may have fucking we may have asked out. 7 away. Shrimp on the bobby. 7 shrimps on the bobby. 7 away. Here we go. 50 seconds. 7 shrimps on the bobby. 6 shrimps on the bobby. Oh shit, dude. You were coming in hot. Or actually, 7 shrimps on the bobby. No, 6. Oh shit, they're coming in hot. 4 away. Dude, 𝗙cie and 𝗙𝗍𝗍𝗏. Now we're only 4 away in the final 30 seconds. 4 shrimps on the bobby. Dude, I have the worst Australian accent. I get an A for effort. 3 away, dance. 𝗙cie says dance. 3 away, 2 away, 1 away. There it is. Oh shit, I think that's it. Let's go, dude. Jason's with the shrimp on the bobby. 8 away at my soul. LOL. Thank you, Stephanie. And Steve comes in. Hot. Dude, let's go, dude. No way, dude. 𝗙cie comes in right under the wire. Dude, there's no way we did that. That's insane. I thought sure we were asked out, boss. I did. I thought we were so asked out, and yet it like fucking A, dude. The shrimps on the bobby. Shrimps on the bobby came and fucking kicked us over the lot. I don't even know what I'm saying. Oh shit, dude. All right. So you ready, guys? Can I just show you, dude? Like, you got to see this. This shit blew my mind, boss. Okay? This fucking blew my mind today. All right? One video blew my mind, guys. Is this one right here, dude. Dude, what the fuck? What world are we living in? You ready? Watch this.
Yes, right there, right here, this young man.
On Graham Platner, are you satisfied with the explanations he's given for the controversies his campaign has faced right now? Are you concerned by what we've heard?
I met with Graham Platner today. We're going to beat Susan Collins and take back the Senate.
Are you
So you're saying that Janet Mills, your preferred candidate, there's been rattlings that she should get back in. You're standing behind Graham Platner, to be clear here?
We're going to beat Susan
With
Collins
Graham Platner.
and take back the Senate.
With Platner.
Yes.
Schumer, does Democrats sticking behind Graham Platner, does that hurt their credibility in attacking Ken Paxton?
We're going to take back, we're going to beat Susan Collins and take back the Senate. Any other subject you got? Any other subject? Yes.
Dude.
Yes, you're right there.
Do you believe that Janet Mills should unsuspend her campaign?
We're going to beat Susan Collins and take back the Senate. Last one.
You have not said if you're still endorsing Graham Platner. Are you still supporting Graham Platner?
As I said, I endorsed Graham Platner. We're going to we're going to beat Susan Collins and take back the Senate. Thank you.
Dude, like, there's no fucking way, though, right? Did you see that? I mean, it was rote and it was robotic, but he was like, he answered every question. They were baiting him. What about your candidate? What about Janet Mills? Should Mills unsuspend her campaign? And the whole time he's like, I'm endorsing Graham Platner. I met with him. We're going to beat Susan Collins and take back the Senate. Dude, this blew my mind. Okay? All right? This fucking blew my mind because a number of reasons. Because one, we know that Graham Platner was not Chuck Schumer's like desired candidate. Okay, we know that. We know he didn't like Graham Platner, but he still endorsed him and backed him up and said, like, you know, and even was sort of being dismissive. Are you going to ask me a different question? You gave the same answer every time, which is like about as annoying as it gets for a reporter. Okay, so that shocked me on a number of levels, and here's why. Because there is a contingent of like liberal Democrats who are mostly in the like, you know, they're suspicious of anyone who doesn't support Israel. Okay. And they're like traditionalist liberal Dems. and they've been calling Platner a Nazi. Okay, I've been seeing this. Democrats, liberal Democrats, people I follow on Twitter, calling Platner a Nazi and a misogynist pig and this, that, and the other, and going to town saying, like, fuck this guy. And Chuck Schumer just endorsed the guy they've been calling a Nazi. Chuck, like Mr. Israel himself, Schumer. You know what I mean? So, like, that's a conundrum, guys. That is a conundrum for those liberal Democrats that have been calling him a Nazi. And now Schumer's like, yeah, I met with Platner. I'm behind him. We're going to take back the Senate. He's beating Collins. Now, a number of things are going on. Okay, number one is obviously they've seen the numbers. That's just it about, like, Platner. I think Platner, is he a problematic candidate? Sure. Okay, the guy's an ex-vet. He's traumatized. He was not a good person when he came back from the war. And we don't know how, like, healed or not healed he is, but I think Maine likes him. Okay, I think the people of Maine like Graham Platner's warts. I don't think they look at the infidelity or the kick profile or any of that shit. And I don't think they care about that shit because they feel like he's fighting for Maine. Okay, right? That for Maine, he's their guy. Like, and it's going across party lines, guys. There are Republicans, there are rural people, there are young people. Like, a lot of people are energized and they're like, we need to get rid of Susan Collins. And in fact, you know, he voted for Susan Collins. Graham Platner did. Okay, so they look at him as like, he's not really necessarily a Democrat or a Republican. He, like, can be a little of both. I think Maine looks at him. Now, we don't know what we're going to get. Okay, I know a lot of people believe that he's going to fight for the shit he says, and he could turn out to be a Fetterman. I'm going to say this, though, guys, out here, are you ready? I did not like Platner at first, okay? There's a lot about him I didn't like, but the more I, like, investigated him and the more that I heard him talk and saw him interact with voters and shit, the more I'm like, I'm kind of intrigued by him. I don't get the same vibe as, like, Fetterman. I mean, you know, you don't really know what you get until they get into the power, right? You really don't. Like, Kyrsten Sinema was completely mind-blowing to me. I thought she was going to go a completely different way. But when I did not like Graham Platner at first, okay? I did not like Graham Platner at first, but the more I fucking, like, investigated him, the more I really saw, I think he was a shitty person when he got out of the war. And I think he's trying to be a better person. He's trying to fight for, like, good shit. I think he genuinely wants to, like, turn it all around. I really do get those vibes. You know what I'm saying? I do get those vibes. Now, there are certain things, though. This is a male perspective. I totally understand if women are sort of creeped out by him. Okay? I totally get that. Like, I'm a man, you know, the misogyny that women are pointing out in him, it doesn't hit me the same because I'm a man. Okay? But I know that the people of Maine like him, and I think I know he can beat Susan Collins, guys. I know he can. And I think Maine, if you guys go back to 2020, there was a woman in Maine that was, like, squeaky clean. She was a beloved Maine politician, and she couldn't beat Susan Collins. Okay? She couldn't, because I feel like Maine, they almost want somebody who's fucked up and rebellious and you know, like, they want somebody that's going to put a stick of dynamite in there. And I do know, guys, I do know that you can change, because let me just tell you, I know you guys come to the stream and you like my worldview now or whatever. Some people get mad at me and shit, but for the most part, you think, oh, I'm a really genuine, like, stand-up guy. And guys, I am a genuine stand-up guy. I am, but, like, I was also kind of shitty when I was younger, okay? When I was wounded and traumatized, I did some shitty shit. You know, if I ran for office and some of the shit I did came out, like, you guys would be looking at me and being like, huh, what the fuck, bro? You know what I'm saying? But I will say, though, that, like, Platner has, I feel like I understand him better, okay? I feel like, I know he can beat Susan Collins. I know he can. I don't think Maine cares about those fucking scandals, boss. I don't care about the scandals. Did you see what Kulinski said, dude? I thought Kyle, dude, Kyle is so funny, but look at what Kulinski said, bro. This is the funniest shit I've ever heard, bro. He even brought fucking Byron Noam into it. Oh my God, dude. Let me find it. You got to see this, dude. It's funny, dude. It's pretty good. Oh, here it is. You ready? Watch this. This is Kyle Kulinski's endorsement. Here we go. Watch this. All right, here we go.
Graham Platner can fuck a toaster. Graham Platner can shove a pineapple up his ass. Graham Platner can shove a pineapple up his dick hole for all I care. Graham Platner can jack off to a cartoon of Scooby-Doo wearing Brian Noam's big-ass titties. And I will crawl over fucking broken glass to support that man. Why? Because he actually wants to end the wars. Because he actually wants to stand up to the Israeli genocidal terror state currently doing multiple genocides. Because he actually wants to crack down on the Epstein class and arrest the criminals and raise taxes on the billionaires and take that money and redistribute it and give people health care, give people education, give people higher wages, give people unions, actually fucking fix this country, end the crime spree of MAGA, and arrest the criminal terrorists inside the Trump regime. If you're willing to do those things, I don't give a fuck what happens in your sex life, bro. Let me say, I do not care at all. And anybody who does, I find you rather unserious. I find you unfit for this moment that we're living in, where fascism is actually taking over the country.
See, here's the deal, guys. Right? Yeah, we're going to get to that. Let me just finish this, and then we're going to get into it. All right, because you're right. The consensual, there's more to this, though, guys. Hold on.
It's actually happening. And instead of going after the fascist, you're going after the anti-fascist because of reasons and stuff and things. Well, forgive me, but I find that wholly unconvincing. And by the way, Graham Platner, go ahead and sex my mom. I don't give a fuck. You want to sex my sister? Go right ahead. You could sex her, too. Genuinely don't care.
There we go. So that's his endorsement. But, guys, here's the thing I want to talk about. Okay, with this idea of sexting or him having a kick profile, whatever. The guy's damaged, whatever. He's looking for women to fuck. He's whatever, having extramarital shit. Okay, is that like, do I love that? No, but dude, that's human. I've done that, okay? I haven't had a kick profile, but I used to go out to the bars and have lots of one-night stands, guys. I've had hundreds of one-night stands, okay? I have cheated on multiple girlfriends. I'm not proud of it, but it's just a human thing. It happens. Now, you may say, well, wait a second. Political punk, Tommy, why do you point out Ken Paxton's infidelity? And here's the thing, guys, because that's a good point. I made a video the other day. I talk about Trump's infidelity. I talk about Ken Paxton's. You know why I view them differently? Because they're trying to legislate morality, okay? I don't really care that Donald Trump had a bunch of mistresses, whatever. He can be a degenerate pig. But the fact of the matter is he's trying to legislate morality, okay? He is, okay? The Republican Party says gay people bad. You know, talking about sex with your kids is bad, right? You know, drag queens are bad. Having books about puberty are bad, right? They have all this morality. Oh, you got to be a Christian. And then they're cheating, and getting abortions for their mistresses. Infidelity is not a character flaw, guys. Okay? Infidelity is what happens when wounded people act out inside a relationship. Okay? Now, a type of infidelity like Donald Trump, where you bring your mistress to a ski vacation with your kids and the press are there putting your wife through hell. See, that's a type of infidelity where now it's not like a wounded person, you know, fucking up his relationship. That's somebody like now creating a media circus to laugh at his wife with his mistress. That's a level of degeneracy. You know what I'm saying? That is taking it up a notch. But like people that are, I don't know, traumatized and whatever, they're going to strip clubs, they're having sex with escorts, whatever. Dude, that shit happens, okay? That shit is not necessarily a character flaw. That shit is like somebody going out and getting fucking drunk a lot, you know? There are like, I don't know, addictions. There are ways that people act out, okay? You know what I mean? So I think there is some sort of gray area here. Like even with Byron Noam, I don't care that he puts balloons in his tits and goes and gives money to a bunch of like humiliation kink people. I don't care about that. But I do care that his wife tells everybody who's moral and who's not, while at home her husband is doing that shit. It's like, you know, Graham Platner is never going to go out there and legislate morality. He is never going to go to women and tell them, you know, the way you're having sex is real problematic. He's not going to go to young people. Okay, Graham Platner is not going to go to young people and say, you guys are sinners and you're like, the way you're behaving morally is like wrong. Okay, he's never going to do that. And so I think there is a difference, right? You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? And to expect, like, I don't expect anybody in government to be like, they don't need to be any better than I am. Okay. And like I said, I have cheated on partners. Okay. And I didn't cheat on partners because I was trying to like cheat on them and I was trying to fuck them over. And I didn't bring my mistress around and like humiliate my partner. Like I would cheat on them and then I would tell them about it. And then I would deal with the circumstances. But it was usually a matter of me being fucked up, trying to self-destruct a relationship or trying to get out of a relationship. There was no love. I mean, you know, and I did it once early on. Like I had a girlfriend I moved in with for 3 years and I cheated on her right before we moved in together. And was it a disaster? Yeah, it was. But it was almost like, oh my God, I'm moving in with this girl. I've never moved in with a girl. What the fuck am I doing? And then I went and acted out in the way that I always acted out, which was to go and have like a one-night stand. Okay? Is it good? No. Right? Did it cause me a bunch of like bullshit? Absolutely. It was complicated and it made that relationship complicated. But at the end of the day, though, that happens to human beings. That didn't mean I was incapable of like starting a band, managing my band, being a good band leader. I mean, I ended up even being a decent boyfriend after that. You know, even though you would have never guessed at that. You know what I'm saying? So the point being is like consensual sexting with adults, and then his wife knew about it and they had talked about it and they're in therapy. Who fucking cares? To me, that is not a deal breaker, dude. Dude, that's not a deal breaker at all. And I think that people that are trying to equate that to like Trump and Epstein and being a trafficker and all that is bullshit. Okay? It is bullshit. And again, even with somebody like Ken Paxton, I wouldn't even care that Ken Paxton is fucking his mistress and whatever, like getting her in an apartment, cheating on his wife. I wouldn't even care about that if that motherfucker wasn't also simultaneously passing anti-trans bills and, like, you know, calling gay people groomers and trying to restrict women's rights to abortion and trying to, like, throw librarians in jail and all that shit. It's like when you try to legislate morality, you don't get to fuck around and be immoral, okay? You know, that's my philosophy. But if you're not trying to legislate morality, then fucking go do what you want, you know? That's fine, but if they are traumatized, I don't know if they should be in government. Yeah, see, I just think, like, I think everybody's traumatized. You know what I mean? And like, that's just it. I don't think there's anybody who's not traumatized. Just people act out in different ways. You know, I think we're all traumatized. I am still traumatized. Okay, I am. I've been through a bunch of therapy and I've, like, healed some of the super destructive shit, but I'm, like, still dealing with, you know, trauma. You know what I mean? I don't think that shit ever, like, goes away necessarily. You know? I mean, you know, if anything, I think, you know, I just don't think there are people that don't have issues. You know what I mean? Like, you could have a man who is married to a woman and he's never cheated on that woman and she's never cheated on the man, but that doesn't mean they have a good marriage. Okay? That doesn't mean that the man's not controlling or the woman's not controlling, right? I mean, cheating, infidelity in and of itself is not the only sign of, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know, dude. I think, you know, like, even with that, right? They went to therapy. They're going to therapy. His wife told the campaign about this, so the campaign knew it was out there. And I mean, they had to know it was going to come out eventually. And if you look at, though, the Ken Paxton one the Graham Platner one, if you look at it, it looks like the woman, it was like somebody in the Platner campaign that leaked it, okay? It was, you know what I'm saying? See, this, though, right here, this is fake, though, dude. Look at this, okay? They keep posting this shit. This is fake about his fucking, like... See, this is bullshit, dude. Dude, this is bullshit, right? This is not true, dude. This quote right here, this is fake, okay? And of course, it's 𝗎𝗎muse, it's Elon's little disinformation person that's posting that shit, okay? And right, and then everybody's in here, but that is a fake quote. But again, though, the where is it? It is right here. Look at this. So there is, like, one of his campaign staffers leaked this shit. One of his former campaign staffers. Okay, there was somebody, right, that from his campaign that actually leaked that story. It wasn't even Republican Oppo. It was a woman there was like a woman who worked for his campaign, for the Platner campaign, and then they parted ways, and then she got into a beef with somebody else in the campaign, and then she went and leaked that story. So, right? So, you know what I mean? But, dude, Schumer.
You're still endorsing Graham Platner. Are you still supporting Graham
As I
Platner?
said, I endorsed Graham Platner. We're going to beat Susan Collins and take back the Senate.
Dude, that's the clip right there. Dude, 𝗙cie Schumer, bro. I endorse Graham Platner. We're going to beat Susan Collins. We're going to take back the Senate. Dude, that is nuts, bro. Guys, I never thought I would see the day, bro. Dude, this is a fucking, this kind of like, I don't know, dude. You can't really, like, the liberal Democrats cannot call Graham Platner a Nazi after he got fucking Tel Aviv Schumer's endorsement, bro. It just doesn't hold any water anymore. At that point, this is where I'm like, okay, now I'm definitely in Platner's corner. Not because I like Schumer or Schumer's endorsement means anything to me, okay? Because fuck Schumer, okay? I don't like Charles Schumer at all, but the fact that he's going all in, okay, that he is going in. He didn't go in for Mamdani, but he is going in on Platner. That means that, like, they know that Platner's winning this, okay? They know that Platner is going to take Susan Collins down. And guys, I agree with Kyle Kulinski here, okay? I would literally, dude, you could give me a progressive who was an active fucking, like, swollen red hands alcoholic, okay? You know what I'm saying? A guy that, like, we're gonna have to detox him once a month and maybe hire a handler to make sure he gets to meetings on time. And if that guy was gonna fight for a progressive agenda and beat Susan Collins, like, dude, I would vote for a piece of broccoli over Susan Collins. You know what I mean? I'm serious. You could run, I've said this before, that you could run like a tumor out of somebody's body against Susan Collins, and if we could hire a staff for that tumor, I would vote for the fucking tumor, bro. Dude, it could be a homeless person, and I would vote for them because fuck Susan Collins, dude. It's fake quote situation. Let's go, Elf. Let's go, baby. That's how I feel, dude. And what's crazy about this too is there are some Democrats that I like respect, okay, that are in my feed. They're people that we follow each other on Twitter, and they hate Platner. And they're women, okay? There are definitely women that don't like Platner because the misogyny of some of the shit he wrote, and the finding out he, had the kick profile when he early in marriage, that's very triggering for women. And I get it. That shit is like less triggering for me, but man, if a woman was cheating on her husband, I wouldn't fucking care about that shit either. Like, if it was a woman candidate and she was cheating on her husband, that shit, yeah, the Zionists don't like him. They don't like him. But a lot of, they bother me, these middle of the road liberals that are like anti-Platner, because it's like, what the fuck, right? It seems to be a lot of Kamala supporters that, yeah, well, that's a lot of Kamala supporters though are Like there's definitely a Zionist contingent of the Democratic Party that are Christians that were Kamala supporters too. Like that Zionism crosses party lines. Okay, it's a certain type of religious upbringing that automatically equates, criticism of Israel with anti-Semitism. There is a wide contingent of religious people that are really sensitive to anti-Semitism that have trouble with the anti-Zionist mentality. Okay, they don't feel comfortable. It feels dangerous to them. And many of them are, many of them are Jewish people, and some of them are old school Christians that grew up, as Israel's like our best friend. And that is like, guys, people in my age group have a lot of programming, guys. Okay? It's a lot of programming. Like we were raised, guys, from little on, the same way that people were raised to think like America's the best country in the world. People were raised to believe that Israel is like our number one friend and ally. And we were raised to believe that without them, like, whoa, we're all going to be in danger. That like somehow Israel was like protecting us from terrorism. This is part of like our programming in churches and in schools and in, even up into the collegiate level. You know what I'm saying? That like, so there are a lot of like people that are, and I mean, I realize some of the programming. The other way we got programming like that in America was after 9/11. There was a lot of Islamophobia. Like I did not realize how much Islamophobia I had. Not because I didn't like Muslims. It was simply like programming that was like lingered from messaging going all the way back to the gas lines and Jimmy Carter and the takeover of the American embassy in Tehran and all that shit, right? And then, 9/11 happens and then you wake up one day and you're like, wow, I actually have a whole bunch of programming that like, it's not like I was actively anti-Muslim, but I was programmed to not trust Muslims, for whatever unknown reason, right? And like, dude, I had to really outgrow that shit. And it was actually having a young kid that helped me outgrow that shit. Many, many long discussions. And so, yeah, there's just a lot at play, guys. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot at play. And so you know what it is though, Shy? It may be a regional thing and it could be a regional thing. It could be depending on what sect of Christianity you're in, right? But for me, like, I had for me, it was, some of it was school, some of it was, like being in, some of it was being in a Jewish community. Obviously, I was in a Jewish fraternity, and then I worked in a Jewish deli. So when I was growing up in my 20s, I was in, I worked with some Orthodox Jews. So I had a lot of exposure to the Jewish community. And there were like, many of them were like my really, really close friends, right? And so even part of that was like, they would go to Israel, but we never talked about like the politics of Israel, right? Israel was like, just, it was like a place that was very special to these people that were very special to me. And I would sort of like, some of their culture would sort of seep through the Jewish religion, or the Israeli culture would like seep into my environment. It was really cool to get exposed to. And so it was like, nobody ever talked about the politics of Israel's aggressiveness in the 80s. And in fact, America was like, we were even worse than Israel back then. I mean, obviously invading Iraq and shit like that, right? And yeah, they were very Americanized too, like all the Jews that I knew. But like Israel was like their, I don't know, it was just like this mystical place that they would visit that was very special to them, but it was never, we never had the focus on the government shit. I mean, we didn't talk a lot of politics in the 80s, really. I'll be honest with you. It, like, when I was young in my 20s, we didn't really talk politics. We talked about girls and surfing and getting high and rock and roll is, you know, we never talked politics really in my 20s. You know, we'd talk a little bit around the election, but it was very different, you know, very, very different. Yeah, no, we definitely talked about Reagan, but I think though it was kind of different then. You know what I'm saying? It was kind of different then in the 80s and 90s because I think like I don't know, the 90s were weird because we all loved Clinton. Everybody hated Reagan, and then everybody hated Bush because of Iraq, right? And then we loved Clinton, though. Everybody, like, Clinton played saxophone on Arsenio Hall, and we were like, everybody loved Clinton. And he was a womanizer, which, like, we loved in the 90s, like we honestly did. And then for me, it was like Bush winning in 2000 is what sort of took the fucking wind out of everybody's sails. We were like, how did another Bush win? And he's a stupid one. And Al Gore got, like, they stole it from him. You know what I mean? And, like, I don't know, it was different. But it was a different world, though, too, because, like, I think there was a lot of internalized misogyny that none of us really acknowledged, you know? And that's it. Like, I think we live in a world now where misogyny is looked at differently. Okay, when I was in my 20s, none of us men were concerned about misogyny at all. In fact, we were all pretty much partaking in it. You know what I'm saying? It was like, it was just the way of the world. Okay, it was not a good time necessarily to be a woman, and yet we idolized a bunch of women that were in rock and roll and shit. Like, I don't know, I feel like women were coming into their own in the 90s, but misogyny was still totally accepted by everybody. It was just assumed. It was still like boys will be boys culture. And now it's a little different. Now it's like, well, boys should be better boys. But we never did that. And you know, there's a layer of complication now that, you know, that we did not have to acknowledge. I think Trump, you know, the Trump, the post-Obama years have made us have to acknowledge some of the sins of our fathers, if you will. You know, that's what it is, guys, is in the 90s, we were not dealing with the sins of our fathers. We were fighting to have a voice, okay? Everybody was fighting to have a voice. Everybody who, right in the 90s, we were sick of Reagan. We were sick of fucking, you know, the warring, right? And everybody wanted to fight for a voice in the 90s. And then we all found our voice in the 90s. And then another Bush showed up and another war. And we're like, fuck this. And then we got Obama. And we're like, yes, we fucking did it. We won. And then all of a sudden, it's like the sins of our fathers showed up. And they showed up in this guy named Donald Trump. And like, that's literally it. Like, Trump is like, you know, it's like my father's age. And that's what we're dealing with now. We are now dealing with the sins of our fathers, which is the misogyny, the fucking, you know, brutality, the warring, the greed, the harshness, the unforgiving nature, the different rules for the father than the son. The father can do whatever he wants, but the son needs to follow the rules. And we're totally now, I feel like, it's like a sins of the father fucking like, oh shit, dude. Now we have to fucking pay the piper for that shit. You know, that's how I feel like it. And it's because of the generational die-off, guys. Stephanie says, for real? You know, and I mean, think about this though, guys. You ready? Because the thing about Trump, you got to remember, guys, Trump is 80 years old. Okay? When Trump was 15, there was segregation. Okay? Trump is the segregation generation. And all of the people Trump's age, they were okay with segregation, guys. They were fine with it. Trump was not fighting. Bernie Sanders was fighting it, but Trump was not. Joe Biden was not. Okay? That's the thing. Chuck Grassley was not. Bernie is an anomaly. Okay? But all of those old senators, all of those people that are Trump's age, when they were 15 and the world was segregated, none of them were fighting it, guys. They were like, oh, yeah, that sucks, but that's the way it is. And so all of those people are dying, okay? All of those people that turned their head while segregation happened, they're all about to die and leave the planet, guys. And that is going to be an enormous, like, seismic shift in the racial, you know, the race relations of America and the world, because that is like most of like the people that are being born now would not be okay with segregation. Most of them would not. They would be like, dude, they're not okay with fucking Palestine. You know what I mean? But back then, dude, the Trump people, they would have been cheering like, you know, Gaza, right? Schumer the same way, dude. He's that same generation, man. Those guys were the same generation. And some of those old guys have come around, but they weren't that way when they were younger. And so I think, you know, Trump is like saying goodbye to a stain on our history. Like, hey, 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 goodbye. You know, they definitely benefited from segregation. They did, guys. They amassed huge amounts of wealth. Okay? All that aging population that fell for the AI hit job on Massey? Dude, of course they did. Dude, the old people, I mean, I don't want to be ageist and shit, but like those old people, like, you know, I mean, don't get me wrong, okay? My mom and dad were like, you know, like my mom was a good person and she had a good heart, but she also had like internalized small town prejudice of various kinds. Even though she wouldn't act on it, she would be welcoming to anybody of any nationality. She still had like a small town prejudice, sort of closed mind that like she wasn't going to fight for anybody's civil rights. Okay. Right. She would, you know, she had these prejudices that she didn't live by them and she didn't walk around. She wasn't openly racist, but she had some small town prejudice in her that informed the way she looked at the world, and it informed who she would fight for. And she just wouldn't really fight for anybody. Okay. And there was a lot of that with that old age group where they just didn't really, they would send their kids off to war, but they weren't going to fight for rights. You know what I'm saying? There was a gap, right? You know, there were people like, if you look at like women's suffrage and shit, there was a gap where people fought for rights from like the 1840s to the 1920s. But then from the 1920s to the 1960s, that generation of people were just like, ooh, we want to have a fucking, you know, a color TV and get our hair done and have a new car and, you know what I mean? And a nice suburban house. And like, we don't really want to fight anybody and we don't want to We just want to get ours, right? There was like a weird little, you know, I don't know. There was a weird little like space in there, right? Get their hair did. Get their hair done. I say hair did as a way of fucking, you know, mocking it, right? Oh shit. Right? Sociopaths? I don't know, man. Dude. Yeah. I think though, yeah, dude, this was surprising. Guys, this throws, okay? This definitely throws a crimp, you know, because now Charles Schumer is endorsing Graham Platner, which means Graham Platner is not going anywhere. He's not being replaced. He is now the Dem candidate. He is clearly not a Nazi, because if he was a Nazi, Schumer would not be endorsing him. You know? And that is for me, guys, this is like 𝗙cie𝗹𝗹𝗀𝗏 endorsing, you know, Mamdani. There's like some type of coalition forming. And I'll be honest, it makes me wonder. It honestly, when I saw this, you know what I thought about today, guys? I thought about if Chuck Schumer knows his head is on the chopping block and he's trying to save his fucking ass right now, right? If Schumer is like, oh, fuck, dude, like these progressives are gonna fucking axe me, you know what I mean? Like I don't know, dude. He knows, dude. I mean, he's been doing politics for a long time, guys. He knows how power works. Okay? That when your time is up, your time is up. And you have to then get on board and try to not have them jettison you, dude. Because he knows, dude, that I think he knows he's on his way out. And he's just trying to, like, make nice, you know? Dude, he knows something's going on, bro. Right? He's looking at AOC over here, and he's looking at the state of New York, and he's looking at everybody in New York City, and Zoran's like winking at him, and he's like, oh, fuck, bro. I'm about to be jettisoned, bro. I'm about to get Graham Platner. Right? Yeah. Oh, he knows, guys. I'm telling you right now, though, like, this is why the Republicans are freaking out, is because Platner's going to beat Susan Collins, okay? Platner's going to beat Susan Collins. He hates Platner, but yeah, but Jibs, that doesn't matter, guys. In politics, if liking someone doesn't matter, okay? Like, you think liking in this, liking? Nah. Dude, people who fucking hate each other will make coalitions all the time, dude. It's all about power, right? It's about power and winning and fucking, you know, like establishing fucking people on the Supreme Court and shit. You don't have to like people. You know what I'm saying? Most of the people that work together in politics don't fucking like each other. You know what I mean? They don't. Oh shit. They don't, man. But I'm still impressed he did it. I am, dude. I'm impressed he did it. Because Schumer knows. Schumer knows that Platner's going to win. He's going to beat Susan Collins. And believe me, dude, Susan Collins needs to be gone, dude. Dude, she needs to be gone. Fuck her, bro. I'm serious. They're like, you know who else I'd like to see gone would be Murkowski. There are a couple people that have sort of flirted with doing the right thing that I want to see gone, right? Like Nancy Mace being gone is like, fuck her, dude. Because she half-assed it. You know what I'm saying? Like Nancy Mace half-assed it with the fact that she's sort of like, ooh, I'm going to be good. And then she's like, just bends over for these rotten people, you know? Dude, Fetterman, he's going to be gone too. Fuck him. You know, I mean, Kyrsten Sinema, she was gone. right? But yeah, Nancy Mace being gone is like, good night, dude. Good night, Nancy. Fuck you. Boebert needs to go next. I hope Trump holds a grudge against Boebert because I would like to see Boebert out too. But dude, Susan Collins is horrible, bro. Dude, she is horrible. She is fucking, just look at her, dude. Just look at her, dude.
Graham Platner, and you have Graham Platner using profanity.
Oh, you have Graham Platner using profanity. Oh, dude, fuck you. Dude, what is up with her fucking hair, dude? Jesus, bro. This woman is like, think about this. Think about how concerned she was about Brett, right? Dude, she put a rapist on the Supreme Court who overturned women's rights, and she wants to talk about profanity? Like, bro, dude, off to the rage cage we go, my friend. You know what I'm saying? Put me in the rage cage with like some ceramic dishes and a baseball bat. I'm gonna smash some shit. You know what I mean? Like, it is like, she's so toxic. She is so toxic because she acts like she's reasonable and, oh, I'm going to do the right thing. But she's like evil. She's devious. You know what I'm saying? She's devious. She is devious because she pretends like she's agreeing with you while you look around and there's somebody sticking a knife in your back. And you're like, what the fuck is going on? And she's like, she's like one of those characters in the movie that is like, oh, I'm here for you. I'm here for you. And then you're like, oh my God, I just got shanked. And she's like, oh, it's going to be okay. And she just like holds your head while you bleed out on the floor. And it's like, my God, you're evil. She's a Republican. Yeah, but Republicans can be sensible too, guys. Okay? She was somebody who seemed like she was going to fight MAGA. And then in the end, she's helping MAGA stick a shank in your back. You know what I'm saying? And that's devious, dude. Yeah, there's like, Republicanism is not MAGA, okay? Like Mitt Romney's an example, okay? Mitt Romney, do I agree with him political? No. But like, dude, Mitt Romney's not a MAGA shithead, okay? Mitt Romney would like at least be a fucking, you know what I'm saying? But I mean, a lot of those guys just quit and ran, and she like stayed in there like, no, I'm going to fight. And the whole time she's just fucking people over. Dude, John McCain was another one. Yeah, no, John McCain was a stand-up guy, man. Right? They were dirty. Don't get me wrong. They were dirty, they were devious, they were cheap. But you know what they weren't, guys? Is they like, you ready for this, guys? Old GOP, their word meant something for most of them, okay? They would fuck you in a campaign. They would whatever. They would create the whatever, do the oppo research. They would try to bury you. They would try to win. But their word meant something, which meant like, you know what I mean? They weren't going to make up an outright lie about you. You know what I'm saying? They weren't going to pretend they were your friend and then stab you in the back. There was like a tiny bit of honor to like the institution of government and the institution of the Constitution. And they were right. They would fight dirty. They would bring up your dirtiest fucking secret and fucking burn you with it. But they weren't going to make up out and out lies. And they weren't going to just loot money and fucking burn down the Constitution, say they were going to do something with you, and then at the last minute, pull the rug out from under it and lie about you to the press, right? And so something happened where now there's like now they don't feel like they need to have any sense of honor anymore. You know, it's like straight up lies, tell you I'm going to do this, and then change it at the very last minute. You know, I don't know, dude. But, you know, it just seems like it's gotten worse. Ah. But, dude, fuck her, though, dude. I just can't stand her, boss. Dude, I mean, look at her, dude. Look at her, boss. Jesus.
This is perfect for 2026 because I'm running.
Dude. Ew. Look at her, dude. Dude. Like, Jesus. Dude, I am running. Yeah. Dude. Cringe maxing. Seriously, boss. Oh my God, dude. Cringe maxing. Give me a fucking break, dude. All right. I can't look at her anymore, dude. She irritates the shit out of me, dude. She does. Yeah, I'm running. I'm running. Oh. Dude.
Mr. Platner says that you sent him to war, but in fact, he enlisted twice.
Correct.
What is your comment on that?
Well, first of all, he not only enlisted twice after the war was started, but he also went to work for a security company, a controversial one named Blackwater, after his term in the service was over. So I respect anyone who steps forward to serve their country.
Dude, for her to say she's calling Blackwater controversial, dude. Dude, isn't that wild? Like, she is as dirty, grimy. You know, I mean, I'm not going to defend Blackwater, right? Because they're grimy. Eric Prince and all those fucking whatever mercs, they're all shitty. But I mean, for her to be like, oh, he's part of this controversial outfit. It's like, yo, dude, you're like putting rapists on the Supreme Court and shit. And the Blackwater guy is the controversial one. Just fucking scumbaggery. You know what I mean? Like, scumbaggery. She is in bed with all of those degenerates, you know? So, right? Dude, it is just wild. You know, she is wild.
But the fact is, that was Platner's decision to serve. He was not drafted.
He was not drafted. Well, yeah, but here's the thing, boss. You ready for this, Susan Collins? You fucking jackhole. Is a lot of people, okay? A lot of people join the military for, you know, the GI loan. Or some trans people will join the military because they want access to the health care, right? Or people that are, you know, maybe want to start a business, go to college, they want to travel. There are many reasons to join the fucking military. That doesn't mean you need to, like, vote for us to go into a war based on lies. You know what I'm saying? And, dude, she has supported, like, every fucking war, boss. She has. She's always been like, ooh, military, ooh, war, ooh, drones, ooh, can we fucking put money into, like, you know, subterfuge? You know what I'm saying? Dude, she is like a warring clown. And so, yeah, a lot of people go into the military not ever wanting to go to war. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, the fact that she's now like, oh, he wasn't drafted. Yeah, we didn't have to go to war, okay? We did not have to go to war in Iraq too. And we did not have to sit in Afghanistan for 20 fucking years and spend trillions of dollars for nothing, right? For nothing. You know? You know what I'm saying? Fuck her, boss. All right. Oh, shit. Look at this, dude. Oh, no, dude. You see this? Uh-oh. Oh, shit. That's funny, right? You see what fucking Susan Collins should be careful about throwing stones from glass houses when it comes to issues of infidelity. It's been an open secret in D.C. for decades, right? That apparently she was fucking around when she met her husband. Is that what it is? Right? The couple met in 1974 when she was an intern in the office of Mr. Cohen. Right? Oh, shit. Oh, no. Dude, so it looks like Susan Collins was having an affair with a man. Ruh-roh. I mean, dude, again, people have the affairs, you know? I mean, this shit happens, guys. You know, like, shit happens. People having affairs at work, that shit just happens. All right? Yikes. Uh-oh, dude. Shit. Maine reporter implied Susan Collins had an affair. All right. Did you see this, though, guys? Look at this shit. Look at this, guys. Dude, that's Ken Paxton's, like, home county, right? In Texas. I mean, he's not from Texas, but where he currently is in Texas, his, like, home base, that's pretty impressive. The Talarico's drawn him in. Now, it is still, though, Texas is still hard, guys, because a lot of these Christian, like devout Christians, are just going to show up and they're going to vote for the guy who's, you know, from the cruelest Republican side, period. Right? They are. That Texas has a lot. Now, it's going to depend on turnout, guys. I still think Talarico can win, but I think two things need to happen. Dems need to be energized. They need to turn out like bigger than they ever have before. That's one. And two, we got to hope that some of the Cornyn voters are just like, fuck Paxton and like, we're going to just stay home. Okay? So I still think he can win, man, because the country, we could be in dire straits by then, guys. You know, we could. We could be in dire straits, guys. I mean, people tend to vote with their pocketbooks, and some people will just vote just because they're mad that like the politicians they wanted aren't doing what they want them to do. Victor Marx. I don't know who Victor Marx is, boss. Who is Victor Marx? I did not see that. I want to look at this standoff thing, dude. Right? Like, what is going on with... Hold on, let's go back and check in here. With the... I want to check in on the... Who's Victor Marx? Oh, he's the MAGA frontrunner in Colorado. Oh, shit. All right. Yeah, see, guys, I don't know, man. What are we looking at? We have 55% of the votes here. So there's another like 4 million votes coming in. I don't even know if Hilton's going to be in this. You think Steyer is cooked? No, I think Hilton might not be in this, guys. I think Hilton might get jacked because most of the 4 million at some point we're getting in here, right? There's 45% of the votes left. At right now, Hilton is a 3-point lead over Becerra, and he's an 8-point lead. That's 400,000, but that's like, dude, there's like 4 million votes left. And most of those 4 million are going to be Democrats. I think at this point, Hilton is lucky if he's in the top 3. You know, I honestly don't know if he's going to be in the top 3 here. I really don't. It might still, I still think California's going to end up being Becerra versus Steyer because there's millions of votes coming. And all, like, most of these votes are red. Like this is huge red, okay? You know what I mean? Like, I feel like Hilton needs, like, a 12-point lead over Steyer if he's not going to lose from the leftovers, you know? I mean, I want Hilton to not be in there. I think there's still a good chance. This right here is really what's fucking Hilton up, dude. I'm telling you, because you remember, guys, do you remember how Hilton was like, please, 𝗙𝗍𝗍𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 everybody for Hilton has been begging Chad Bianco to drop out. And look at why. Look at why. Look at this. 536,000 votes. Okay. That is right when, if Steyer picks up 500,000 votes, he's over Hilton, right? Like, Hilton needed these votes, bro. Yeah, Hilton is the British guy, dude. He's such a fucking asshole. He is, dude. He is like 5'2". He's such an idiot, bro. Just a Trump bootlicking greaser. Promise, $3 gas. I'm going to cut your energy bills in half. Yeah, Trump said that too, right? Everybody, I'm going to give everybody $100,000 if you vote for me. Dude. Yeah, I mean, let's see. I still think here that Steyer, I think they're both going to finish ahead of him. And then MAGA's going to say that we cheated. But regardless, if Hilton gets in there, he has zero chance of winning the state. There's no way that Hilton would win this. Okay? Yeah, that's just it, guys. When it says here, it says what? 55% of the votes in. So there's another like 4 million votes that are going to be almost all Democrat votes. Okay? They're going to be like probably 65, 70% Democrat votes. So that means 3 million votes being split for these guys and 1 million votes being split amongst these guys, which means these two are in all likelihood going to jump ahead of Hilton. Okay? That's my prediction. I'm not sure if Hilton is going to be in the top 2. I don't think he is. Looking at the amount of votes that are still left to count, I don't think he has enough. Dude, he's only got like 400,000 ahead of Steyer. And there's like millions of votes coming in that are, several million Dem votes. So I think Hilton maybe isn't even going to be in the top 2. All right. LA mayor, it's a little more complicated. right? So Karen Bass is already advanced. But these two, look at this again. There's another 400,000 votes coming in, and 𝗙𝗎𝗃 is only 30,000 behind Spencer Pratt. Again, I'm not sure if Pratt makes it out of this, guys, because the 400,000 that are coming in the end are going to be mostly Democrats. So, right? So I really think there's a good chance 𝗙𝗎𝗃 beats his ass too. I mean, that's only 30,000 votes, and 400,000 coming in, 390,000 making up 30,000, and 390,000 is very doable. Please, yo, Spencer Pratt. Yeah, we need to put him on fucking a rocket to Mars. Dude, Elon Musk, please. Yo, can we launch Spencer Pratt into the sun or what? Dude, fuck that guy. Jesus, you're fucked up. Dude, even Kermit. Dude, I don't even know how to Kermit Spencer Pratt, dude. Please, dude. Because I just want him. I don't want 4 months of his campaign, bro. Dude, his campaign is so annoying. It is, dude. Dude, I just hate I can't stand him, bro. I cannot stand Spencer Pratt, dude. I just can't. It's just in comments. He's just such a shitter. Dude. But this was big news, guys. Did you hear about the New Jersey? Right? This was news, guys. There was a guy a pro-Palestinian guy who won in New Jersey. Right? Hamawy. What was it? New Jersey. Which one is that? This, I thought, was New Jersey 12. This is big, guys. Okay? Look at this. This was big. This guy was like I believe he was like a medic in Gaza. Okay? And he was going up against a guy who was like very traditional, traditional fucking, AIPAC Dem. And he won, dude. He won, right? And look at what Loomer says. Yeah, do you see what she says? She calls him a jihadist. Dude, like, what the fuck, bro? Dude, she is such a scumbag, dude. Loomered, right? He won convincingly, too, dude. By almost 10%, man. That's crazy. Dude, fuck Laura Loomer, boss. She's gnarly. That's big, guys. Jesus. Dude, what the fuck is this, bro? Dude. What the fuck is going on in Delaney Hall, man? Right? But there he is. Healthcare, not bombs. Abolish ICE. Dude, I mean, he was like, guys, they're running on abolish ICE and healthcare. That's fucking big, guys. He was pro-Palestinian, okay? And my God, dude, the you know what I'm saying? Right? You know what I mean? There was so much like propaganda about this guy at the end. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like they were writing hit pieces that he's a terrorist and all this other shit, guys. I mean, fucked up shit. They went all out for him, and he still won, bro. I think that's big. I think that's big, guys. They do, dude. They do. And this is like, you know what I'm saying? This is coming from inside the party too, because there's, you know, obviously there's fights in the primaries in the parties, right? He is a doctor. He was a medic, and he's a fucking good guy. Okay. He is definitely a good guy. But you know what this is, guys? Mamdani. Okay. Mamdani is fucking really set the tone for this. Okay. Because think about what Mamdani did. Okay. And hear me out on this. Okay. Because hear me out. Okay. Because Mamdani, he's a leftist. Okay. He's a DSA. But you know what else he is, guys? He's a fucking politician. Okay. He's not like, fuck everybody, I'm going to burn it to the ground. He is a master at coalitioning and bargaining and deal making, okay? So the thing is he beat Cuomo in the primary, and then when Cuomo ran, he didn't make a big stink of, oh, the establishment and Cuomo. He just beat him again, and he made coalitions. He made coalitions with the Jewish people, with the MAGA people, with every Democrat he could find, every ethnic group he could find. He was meeting with the Muslims and the Jews. He was meeting with everybody. And then he partnered up with Hochul, and he got the last minute fucking Hakeem endorsement. And then he goes and visits Trump, and Trump is like kissing his ass. And like the whole time, Mamdani was like, I am here to get results. I am not here to like win an ideological battle. I am here to get results. I am not here to like, fuck you, I won't work with you. And I think that's really important, guys. Okay? Because the thing is I believe in leftism, but I don't believe that leftism can win by burning down everything to its right. Okay? I don't think we need to go and fucking start meeting with Marjorie Taylor Greene and Tucker Carlson. No, because those guys are religious zealot pigs, right? But I do believe that like there is a Dem coalition of moderates and centrists and liberals and leftists and socialists. And I believe that all of them can work together to defeat fascism and the far right. Okay. And I think there even are some Republicans that we could work with, like 𝗙cie, right? There are some, but, you know, we're not going to work with the MAGA extremists. Okay. You know what I mean? And so I think that recognizing the importance of the coalition is really important. And that's why I like this fucking Chuck Schumer thing, guys. Okay. I'm serious. That's why I like the Chuck Schumer thing, guys. Okay? Because think about this. Think about this right here, guys. Okay? Have you talked about the right-wing hypocrisy on Platner's tattoos and 𝗙𝗍𝗃 breath? Just so Platner doesn't have a stroke and turn into Fetterman. LFG boss, let's go. Dude, yeah. Well, here's my thing on the tattoo, guys. Okay? That I finally realized about the tattoo. Can I just say that there's a difference with the tattoo? Because I did not know, okay? I did not know that Platner's tattoo was a Nazi symbol. I had to be told, okay? Obviously, if he had a swastika on his arm, I would know that was a Nazi symbol. But when I saw his tattoo, I had to look it up. I was told it was a Nazi thing, okay? And so if I didn't know, and I'm pretty knowledgeable about shit, if I didn't know what a Totenkopf was. I mean, you know, there's a lot of skull and crossbones. I've seen plenty of skull and crossbones tattoos. You know what I mean? And he was also a Marine, you know. I mean, Marines are a questionable bunch. they're getting socialized by fucking, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know what those guys do. But, you know, he did cover it up and he took the heat for it. But anyway, my thing is about this. You ready? Forget about the tattoo for a minute, okay? And just look at what's going on in the Democratic Party right now, okay? Chuck Schumer is clearly a Zionist, guys, okay? Chuck Schumer, nobody's going to question the fact that Chuck Schumer is a pro-Israel Zionist person, all right? Are we clear on that? Are we clear on that, right? That Chuck Schumer is a pro-Israel Zionist. And Chuck Schumer is endorsing and partnering with Graham Platner to try and win back the Senate. And Platner is clearly an anti-Zionist, pro-Palestinian guy. I think that's a step in the right direction, guys. That's the type of shit that Mamdani does, where it's like, right? Where Mamdani will partner with the fucking Zionist if he needs to get his policy passed, okay? Because Mamdani is not here to be a purist. Mamdani is here to get shit done, okay? And he will partner with the enemy in his own ranks, and he will go schmooze Trump to get his shit done. And I think that's really important, because if we really want healthcare, guys, we need to have guys that are willing to get shit done. And right? And so I think this is a good sign, dude. I think this is a good sign right here. Okay? Because now here's the thing though. Here's the dice roll is if Schumer backs Platner and Platner wins and then Platner gets that power, will Platner still challenge Schumer once he's inside, or will Platner get bought off when he's inside? That's what remains to be seen. I think Platner is going to come through, and the reason why is because I think Schumer's on the hot seat. Because I think Schumer has seen AOC, Mamdani, Bernie, Platner, Hakeem Jeffries, and Schumer knows, oh shit, dude, I'm getting booted. They're gonna boot me. Right? Dude, Schumer knows, dude. He knows. He's seen the writing on the wall, dude. Hakeem, AOC, Bernie, Platner, Mamdani. And Schumer's like, oh fuck, dude. Oh no. Dude, they're writing my resignation papers. But dude, I think he knows. I love it. Dude, I like that politics, though. Did I just include Hakeem? I did, Jibs. I did, because they've partnered with him, okay? And again, it's not a long, like, they've partnered with Hakeem. You can see it, okay? You can see it. Like, AOC and Mamdani both covered for Hakeem. And basically they have created some type of unity that is like, I mean, they're like, Hakeem wants to be a majority speaker of the House with the majority, right? Hakeem does. And they've basically have realized that they kind of need him because they don't have somebody with his clout in, like Hakeem has a lot of clout in there, and Hakeem, he does an important job, guys, where he can get the centrists and the middle and the extremists on board. Like there is a role in the party for a middle of the road guy if they can bring the extreme factions together and get them to unite on shit. That's a really important job, okay? Like, for example, if you look at me, guys, look at me. I am really polarizing, okay? You would not want me to be the Speaker of the House, a personality like mine, because I would piss people off, and there would be people in the Dem coalition that would get rubbed wrong by me, And then they would fucking be like, fuck that. I'm not going to vote for this thing just because that guy is too polarizing, okay? So there are times where you want a personality like somebody who's not polarizing and somebody who's more middling, because that person can bring disparate groups of people together. And for the Speaker of the House, you don't want a bulldog necessarily. I mean, you want them to be a bulldog in some ways, but they also have to be able to bring all the different groups of people to the same table. And that is really, you know, an important job. And then when you have the Speaker being the guy who brings everyone together, some of the other members can be the bulldogs. And then the Speaker like covers for the bulldogs. And, oh, here, we're going to make back deals. You know what I mean? Like, there are different roles, right? Not, you know what I mean? There are different roles in government. And so sometimes you want a good cop, bad cop, right? And so the Speaker wants to be the good cop. And then I think you want somebody else being the bad cop, right? Because there's a lot of different kinds of Dems. Unfortunately, our coalition is you know, but dude, you know, I don't know, man. He is a milquetoast. Yeah, but again, I think like, you know, I think that he's clearly he's partnered with the people on the left. And so I don't know what they're up to, but I know that 𝗙cie has made his job safe for now, right? If you hate 𝗙cie, you're still stuck with him for the time being. Right? You know what I mean? You're stuck with him for the time being. Because he's made the partnership. Now, here's the thing, though, is that I'm wondering is what is Schumer doing? Because Schumer appears like he's trying to do the same thing. Dude, it may be too late for him, though, but he seems like he's doing the same thing. But don't get me wrong, guys. I don't like 𝗙cie. I have the issues. My issues with him are his Christianity. He's like super Christian, and I don't like that aspect of him. But we'll see what he does when he has the power, okay? Because so far in this Congress, in Trump's term, 𝗙cie and AOC and Bernie and Mamdani and Hochul and all of those New York Dems, I have been very impressed by the way they have handled themselves. And I've been very impressed by the fights they've taken and some that they've just not taken because they knew it would be like, you know, there were times where they didn't shut down the government, but I thought they did it right because they're saving it for later. And they weren't going to do a shutdown, an ideological shutdown that wasn't going to win them political points. And so I've actually been a little bit impressed with the way 𝗙cie has been in the last year. Okay, I have been. And now it's going to depend, what does he do when we get power? That for me is going to be where the rubber hits the road. Because so far they seem like they're working together, but will they be aggressive when they get the power back is what I'm looking for. Okay, because I don't think you can really judge them very well when they don't have power. Okay, because it's a little harder because they'll say everything they're going to do, but we have to give them power, and then we got to like hold them to account, you know, because I want them to be very aggressive when they get the power back. Okay? And I think they realize they need to, you know. So, right? You know what I mean? So, I don't know. Dude, I've hated Hakeem Jeffries less and less lately. All right? And now that you have Chuck Schumer endorsing Graham Platner, now we're seeing like, dude, what the fuck is going on, dude? Mr. AIPAC has endorsed the anti-AIPAC candidate in Maine, bro. That's that we're looking at like we're in a brave new world, guys. Okay? And it doesn't matter if he wants to do it. It's the fact that he is doing it. Do we need as many Dems as we can elect? Then we do everything we can to steer them more left? Yes. Our purity tests after the primaries is what kill us. I agree. I agree, dude. But dude, this shocked me, boss. Dude, this, like, no matter what happens, I feel like this is a moment that we should relish, dude. Charles APAC Schumer endorsing Graham Platner for Senate. Dude, it's amazing. I love it. And yeah, Nicole, you do have a point, right? You do, right? Dude, Hakeem and Mike Lee, where is that, dude? Dude, I can't stand Mike Lee. Dude, he's a fucking weasel. Do we have a link to Hakeem Jeffries and Mike Lee? Was there an interaction they had? Dude, I want to see that video. Dude, I totally want to see that. Dude, I can't stand Mike Lee, guys. Oh, there are not a lot of people that I hate, but he is fucking one of them, dude. Dude, I just can't stand him. All right? Dude, what's going on with Bakersfield, boss? Is a standoff over? The hostage? There's a fucking hostage situation, bro. The shit was crazy, guys.
Breaking news, a man with a bomb allegedly strapped to his chest has taken at least one hostage inside a Chase Bank in Bakersfield, California. That's about 100 miles north of Los Angeles. Major buildings, including City Hall and police headquarters, on lockdown at this hour. It all started about 2 p.m. local time. A hot day there, 93 degrees. Our Carter Evans has late developments now, reporting from our Los Angeles bureau. Carter, good evening to you.
Well, good evening, Tony. Police say this is an active hostage situation. It's happening right now at the Chase Bank. It's in downtown Bakersfield. Now, the suspect is a man and may have a bomb strapped to his body. Over the radio, there was talk about a subject coming into the bank yelling, "Everyone stay down on the ground." Now, police say at least one hostage is involved, and they're actively negotiating right now. You're looking at video that's coming into our LA newsroom.
See, this is old, though, because there were multiple hostages. And here's what we know about it. Dude, I thought it was fucking 𝗙cie, dude. Right? Doesn't it look like fucking, what's his name, dude? Dude, the TikToker, right? Dude, I'm like, no way. Dude, he went bad, boss. Oh, shit. Yeah, 𝗙cie. Dude, that's who I thought it was at first, right? Right? Dude. No way, dude. He went bad. 𝗙cie gone bad. Dude, he's copping the 𝗙cie look, right? Yeah, that's what I heard. I heard he like fucking had a, what do we got here? So, dude, look at the fucking police presence. They have a SWAT team. They have everybody out there, right? Outside this bank. Oh my God, dude. Just look at all the fucking cop cars. Jesus. Like every cop. First off, let me just tell you, if you've never been to Bakersfield, so Bakersfield is gnarly, okay? Let me just tell you, Bakersfield is gnarly. You remember Colin Kaepernick's movie that he made, Killing County? Did you see the Colin Kaepernick? Okay, that's BPD, okay? BPD is like one of the most corrupt police forces in the entire fucking country, okay? It is terrible, guys. It is terrible. The police are corrupt. They use informants and druggies, and then they like kill them when they're done with them. I mean, it's bad. It is very rural, redneck, very like gritty, methy, like a lot of racial tension in Bakersfield because it's very racist and their police force is racist and they fucking shoot people like all the time. You know what I mean? Like killing informants after using them is like not an issue with these guys. Bakersfield is a shithole. I used to play shows there and they were always pretty gnarly. And let me just tell you guys, okay? Can I just say that like you ain't seen America until you go to a bowling alley in Bakersfield, okay? I'm telling you, dude. Go to a bowling alley. Bowling alley in Bakersfield is where like that is where the real American culture exists. Okay? Trust me on that. Oh shit. No, I mean, guys, I knew a lot of bands were from Bakersfield. I mean, I'm speaking from 20 years ago, so I'm sure it's way different. 20 years ago, it was super gritty. I honestly don't know what it's like now. I have not been there, but I used to go there a lot 20 years ago. Okay? 20 years ago, I played a lot of shows there, and it was pretty scruffy. But I do know that BPD is like you don't want to fuck around with Bakersfield Police Department. They're pretty fucking crazy. You know, the cops there are pretty crazy. But like, look at that guy. So he goes into a Chase Bank apparently with a bomb. I'm not exactly sure like what's fucking going on with this guy. Have we heard anything about this hostage situation? Anything recent? So it is still an active bomb threat happening. So it says the Bakersfield Chase Bank hostage taker is allegedly Anthony Scott Searles. Is that, or no? Are these people? No, this is somebody bullshitting. These people are bullshitting. Dude, I think people are fucking trying to play this shit up. It is still happening right now. All right, let's go to the YouTube.
After police responded, our 17 News crew spoke with a customer who was just inches away from the suspect.
17's Andres Armenta has more on today's top story from the man who saw it unfold in real time.
A warm Tuesday afternoon and a regular trip to Chase Bank in downtown Bakersfield for Freddie Arredondo.
Out of nowhere, this guy appears from our left side, and he's just standing right there, and he interrupts us and he's like, it's a bad day to be at the bank.
In seconds, the situation got heated.
As he was talking to us, that's when he started reaching like this, and that's when he just whips out the switch, and that's when like my eyes just got big, like, oh no, like this is actually it's a bomb. And
dude,
I've never seen anything like this or felt anything like that. You know, it was just beyond words.
A moment of stillness and eternity for Arredondo.
I was just fearing for my wife that she was outside, my kids, you know, not being able to see them ever again. It was just a lot right there, you know. You sort of do feel everything flash before you. And
among the silent chaos, Arredondo says the suspect began a speech.
He started just bringing up his Marine career and stuff, and he was just rambling on that. And like I said, I was just trying to walk back, and that's when he started really getting mad at me. And I didn't want to listen. I wanted to live.
Arredondo says he was the only one slowly backing away from the suspect before taking advantage of a second of distraction.
I just turned around and started running out, and that's when he started screaming. But when I did that, everybody else ran out too, you know, so it sort of gave everybody a little more of a chance. But
dude,
yeah.
Dude, can you imagine? So this guy was in the bank. The dude comes in right at the beginning, and this guy was like, I'm fucking getting out. Oh my God. I mean, I guess that's the way to do it, right? You know, because, you know, he's probably not going to blow it right away. You know, Jesus, dude, that's so freaky. We have to prioritize mental health. We do. You know, some of this, like, I mean, again, though, right? Look at what he said, though. What have we been talking about tonight with, like, Platner and, like, the tattoo or whatever, the kick profile? This guy, what's the first thing this guy said, guys? He said he started talking about his experience in the Marines. Guys, I'm telling you, the military fucks people up, okay? Like people go into the Marines and they come out and they are like never the same, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. I saw it with my brother who came back. I had a half brother who came back from Iraq, and he was a different human being, guys. His personality was like gone. He was somebody else. And then there's no, like, they don't get any real follow-up care, right? They have the VA, but they don't get mental health counseling. They don't get EMDR. They, you know, when something happens and they snap and they, like, have schizophrenia or whatever, they can go get medication. But, like, dude, it's hard, okay? Guys come back from wars or military tours of duty, and they are like deeply, deeply traumatized. And then we forget about them, okay? And they have access to healthcare, but they don't really like, you know, look at like Pete Hegseth running around. Oh, tough man. Yeah. Pull-up bar, push-ups, blah, like, whoa, right? They don't, I mean, there's not a culture that encourages people to, like, go get some EMDR and go, right? I mean, you know, maybe the soldier can self-motivate that, but I still feel like we don't have a culture that encourages support and recovery. You know, we don't. Our culture, I mean, you still have people like Dana White, right? Look at that shit. Dana White was the other day, oh, men's mental health. Remember that quote with Dana White? Oh, mental health. Fuck mental health, right? You know what I'm saying? It's like, oh, mental health, men talking about their feelings. Like, I mean, we need more of that. We need more men talking about their feelings. Dude, that's so scary.
Calling 911, Arredondo captured the early scenes of police response. That brings us to where we are now, with all possible units ranging from SWAT to K9, bomb squad, and negotiators to try and mediate the situation.
This is a very active scene. We ask that if any members of the community are watching this right now, please stay out of the area. That way the police officers on scene can do what they need to do to bring this to the safest conclusion possible.
So this guy, I guess this guy is still in there, guys. This guy is still... So there's live coverage, but it's just live of the building. I want some more details. I mean, if you look at this shit, we have like streamers that are watching it, but it's literally just, you know, I don't really want to just watch a building. Dude, I want to hear people talk about it. Combat vets are never okay again. Yeah, no, I know. It's like a long road, man. You know, I mean, you can. That's where EMDR, you've heard me talking about EMDR a lot. And EMDR was started to help combat vets. But let's see if there's anything about his demands.
Veronica, believe it or not, this started some 10 hours ago at around 1 o'clock this afternoon, and it is still going. Now, we are at the in the parking garage on 18th and I Streets, and we're going to try and show you the Chase Bank, which is about maybe roughly a block away. And inside those floors there somewhere, people tell us that they have seen some employees or people inside moving around those rooms. Apparently, they are still there. Now, here's what Bakersfield police told us earlier. They said that roughly around 1 o'clock, they received a call or report about a man with a bomb claiming to have a bomb at the bank. When they got there, this man barricaded himself with several hostages in that bank. Now, they've been in...
So that's crazy, though, okay, guys, because here's what's wild. One, he's been in there for 12 hours, right? It's 1 a.m. right now. So 12 hours he's been in there since 1 o'clock. It's a huge building. Huge building. So they have no idea where this fucking guy is, right? Even though I'm sure there's cameras all over, like he's probably watching cameras somewhere in the inside. Got a bomb. Dude, that's nuts. That's nuts, bro. I'm just curious what he wants. I want to hear what he wants.
Negotiations with him ever since. The FBI is here. Homeland Security is here. They use 3 drones. The bomb squad is here. But so far, they are still negotiating with the suspect. His name has not been officially released.
Now, I have heard that he let a hostage out for like a Dr. Pepper or something. I don't know if that's accurate.
Yet. Now, we do know that around 4:30 this afternoon, there was one custodian, a hostage that was released. And then a little while ago, maybe about an hour and a half ago, a second hostage was also released. But
Okay, so he's released 2.
As of now, that's all we know. We don't know, and police are not telling us how many people they believe are being held hostage inside Chase Bank. The good thing is that there have been no reports yet of anybody being injured. The hope is that this all will all end peacefully here in downtown Bakersfield. And again, today being the night of election night, one political candidate, Jasmine Baines, she canceled her watch party downtown out of fear that it could jeopardize public safety around here. We, of course, will have more on this in our morning show. For now, I'm 𝗙cie𝗶𝗶𝗀 reporting live. Veronica, back to you in the studio.
Let's go. Thank you, Jose. Thank you, Jose. All right. Dude, I like these. This is in Bakersfield, California, which is like a couple hours north of LA. It's kind of like on your way up to Fresno and Modesto through the Central Valley. Bakersfield is like the hub of the southern part of the Central Valley. It's right here. Right? Okay. Here is the highway. Okay, this is the highway that goes all the way up through Fresno and Modesto, and this is the Central Valley. And Bakersfield is like right at the start of that. So you have LA down here, and then you go up to Palmdale, right? And Lancaster, which is like the Antelope Valley. And then you go up, and I-5 splits up to go up to Sacramento. And then Bakersfield is right by the hub of I-5 and the fucking I can't remember, is it what the highway number is here, right? Is that the 99 or something? I can't remember the name of this highway, but the one that goes through the Dust Bowl. But so Bakersfield is like is it the 99? Okay. Yeah, I knew it was something like that. But Bakersfield is like the start of the Central Valley fucking shithole, right? It was an armpit always, right? A little scruffy, little scruffy, high deserty kind of spot. Little, what I remember, again, I have not been there in a long time, but when I lived in LA in the 90s, Bakersfield was like where, there were oil fields, there was nu metal, okay? And there was a lot of, nu metal came from there, okay? A lot of nu metal. I think corn was from there, and there were a lot of tweakers all through the Central Valley. Yeah, dude, corn, like I saw them at English Acid early on. Corn came down from Bakersfield. And let me just tell you, they came down to the West Hollywood club I hung out at, and the Korn fans set off tear gas in the club during the Korn concert. We all got like evacuated out into the street with tear gas pouring out of the club. Dude, I mean, it was that kind of shit. That's what like Bakersfield did, dude. It was it was fucked up. We were like, bro, what the fuck is going on, dude? Dude, I mean, dude, they even have downtown incident, right? Oh shit, there we go. Bomb threat and hostage situation. So let me just tell you, here's the guy I think that is supposedly that did this. But when I heard hostage situation in Bakersfield, I was not that surprised. All right. I was like, all right, that I can see that. So, but there's not really a lot of details yet. Let's see this one.
Sergeant, what can you tell us for? What do we know?
All right.
So just after 1 p.m. this afternoon.
All right, let's see the sergeant here. Let me get my audio set up. Get us on some mono audio. There we go. All right.
Sergeant, what can you tell us for? What do we know?
Yeah, so just after 1 p.m. this afternoon, the
12
Bakersfield
hours.
Police Department received a phone call regarding a bomb threat at the Chase Bank located at Chester Avenue and 17th Street. Some additional information that came in. We came to learn that an unidentified male subject at this point entered the bank and is currently barricaded with an unknown number of members of our community. This is a very active scene. We ask that if any members of the community are watching this right now, please stay out of the area. That way the police officers on scene can do what they need to do to bring this to the safest conclusion possible. What I can guarantee the community right now is that every single resource is at this site's disposal. SWAT team, bomb squad, K-9 team, gang unit, negotiators, drone team. Every single asset we have to bring this to the safest conclusion is out here right now. Not just because that's what this community needs, but that's what you guys deserve, okay? Everybody have a good evening, okay?
Is there a hostage?
I'm not using the H word. However, there is an unidentified male subject in there with an unknown number of our community members. And
dude, he's not using the H word. Oh, Jesus. Bro, homie, he won't say the word hostage. Dude, the H word. The H word. Yeah, I mean, well, let me just tell you guys, there's like 500 cop cars there. So yeah, there's some fucking hostages. Dude, typical BPD though. This is like, but this was 12 hours ago or 10 hours ago. And they're still arguing with this guy. So, and here he is 7 hours ago.
Since the last time I spoke with you all, one update I can give you is that with the cooperation of our crisis negotiation team and the assistance of the FBI negotiations team, we were able to negotiate the safe surrender of one of the hostages.
Ah, now he's using the H word. So 3 hours later, he's like, H word is cool. Dude, Trump.
At this time, everybody else still remains in the building and everybody else remains in good health. That is information I can't confirm. Beyond that, any other information I cannot confirm at this point. We will provide you with the timeliest update as soon as things change, okay?
Dude, the H word, is that hand job? What is the, what H word? Oh, here we go. 3 hours ago. Okay.
This is Sergeant 𝗙𝗪𝗓 with the police department, and we're still out here in downtown Bakersfield at the Chase building at Chester and 17th Street. We still urge that the community please stay out of the area as we try to bring this to a peaceful solution, but we did want to share a significant update with the community. We were able to negotiate the release of a second hostage, and it does appear that everybody else in the building is still in good health. We ask that you please stay out of the area and stay safe, Bakersfield.
All right, so as of 3 hours ago, there's two hostages released, okay? And they are using the H word, okay? Fucking handy, Jack Handy. So it's still ongoing. Now, I saw somebody in chat say this, and let me just tell you guys, I had not heard anything about this, guys. I mean, look at this. This is not, it's not fucking right. This shit is not, trending anywhere. It's not even Bakersfield trending. There has been like no mention of this. When I saw it in Discord, and I was like, what the fuck is going on? I had not heard anything. And yeah, I think it's because A, he's fucking white. And I mean, if this is the guy, right? If this is the guy, I don't know if this is actually him. They're saying it's 𝗙𝗪𝗓𝗏𝗡. Let's see if that is actually him. So they raided a home. So it's possible that it is this guy. If this is the guy, he has some charges for SA or whatever from Oildale. I don't know if this is the guy. This could just be Twitter like shit going on. Okay, because there is a, we're seeing this Anthony Scott Cyril's name, which is, yes, you did mention Oildale and like this guy, but again, we don't know if this guy who has some SA issues, we don't know if this guy is actually the dude involved in the bank thing. Okay. I'm not sure that that's accurate. Some people are mentioning it on Twitter. Okay. But I'm not actually seeing it mentioned. By any reputable news outlet. Okay. So I'm not going to say that that's accurate. The guy that looks like 𝗙𝗍𝗋𝗃, I don't know. I'm not sure that's accurate. That could just be, I mean, you know how the internet goes. But it's pretty wild though that this didn't really fucking get any play, right? That I hadn't heard anything about it. But there are some people that are claiming that that guy is part of it. So let's see what we got here. So they haven't identified him yet. And they're saying he did, in fact, have a bomb strapped to his body. He barricaded himself, right? So at 1 p.m., this all started at 5 p.m. He released one hostage. That was that custodian they mentioned. And then at 9 p.m., they released another hostage. Okay. And so they're still negotiating with him, but they're not really giving away a lot of information. Right? Yeah, isn't it wild? Now it is like the news is just all like straight up, minute to minute. Here's the Independent reporting on this. Let's see what the Independent says. Come on, boss. We already saw this fucking video, bro. So yeah, they haven't named the suspect. So I don't know that the 𝗙cie lookalike is the guy. Okay, I don't know that. We can't really confirm it. Did Parnas do a video? All right, let's check him out. Did he do it on TikTok? Is that where he did it? On TikTok? There it is.
We have major developments in Bakersfield, California, where there is an active hostage situation with a man who has a bomb reportedly strapped to his chest inside of a Chase bank. According to Fox 11 Local, an active hostage situation is right now.
Yeah, this is from 9 hours ago, though. This is gonna,
as we speak, underway in downtown Bakersfield with a man who has allegedly strapped a bomb to his body. The Bakersfield Police Department has confirmed that officers were called to a Chase Bank in downtown.
Yeah, this is like, that's not going to give us any new information. I think we have fucking covered all that already. Right? 9 hours ago, we already got that. We've seen the fucking videos. Now, I guess the question is going to remain whether this guy is actually involved, because that's what we don't know, because we do have, you know, whatever. Up UK News is reporting that it was Anthony Scott Cyril Sheriff, but there's no confirmation. No reputable news outlet has mentioned that yet. So I'm not gonna fucking report that. Now they're saying that this is a photo showing a hostage being escorted out. But again, is that accurate? I mean, dude, I don't know if this is real. Right? You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's hard to tell with these news sites because these are all AI bullshit news sites. Up UK News. Dude, Up UK. Dude, right? The Up UK News, like, I don't trust any of this shit. Okay? You know what I'm saying? But I did see this, though, right? Where it says here, this is what was crazy is somebody, this person, is saying I was watching a live stream of the hostage situation in Bakersfield, and apparently the police came to the guy doing the stream because the suspect was in the chat talking. And that's where I think they got the Anthony Searle name from, because... Right? But we don't know if that guy was actually, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's the thing about this is somebody could have been in chat, like, pretending to be the guy. But this is what I did see, okay, is they're saying, like, all of these media are reporting this Anthony Scott Searle, but I think it's because... Okay, they're saying that police fucking, you know, raided this guy's house. All right. This is being reported. All right. But I think it's because of this. Where is it? It's because somebody said he was in the live chat. This is what I saw. Right? Where is it? Let me see. Somebody had said that, right here, supposedly they're raiding his house. Okay. This was 4 hours ago. But again, we don't know if this footage was from a raid on him. Like, we don't know if that's happening today or if they're conflating thing, because this started with somebody saying that he was in a live chat. Okay. Let me see if I can find it. See, now I'm not seeing it. Right? We're seeing like a handful of people are talking about this, but there was somebody who said it was There's again, they're like, it's all like AI sort of sites that are reporting this guy. Huh. Dude, we literally looked at this tweet like not that long ago. There's some dispatch stuff.
Suspect is now telling someone in the background not to touch something. Units, the suspect mentioned someone in the Army being in the bomb squad, again mentioning this has been an 8-year project. Is also saying all the hostages are daisy chained, and if one takes it off, they will all go off like a grenade.
Jesus.
1052, copy. Suspect is now saying the device has a 15 to 20 foot kill radius. Suspect is also in verbal contact with the BPD negotiator, 1397.
Jesus, dude.
The suspect is calling the device a homemade bouncing baby, says it operates like a grenade.
A homemade bouncing baby. Where was somebody was saying though that he went into a streamer's live chat, right? And that, or somebody with his name was in the streamer's live chat, which is where that 𝗙cie𝗶𝗍𝗆 name first got thrown into this. Nobody's actually confirmed that it's him. But I mean, anybody could go into a live chat and say, hey, I'm watching your, right? You know what I mean? I mean, that would be the easiest thing to fake. to go in there and say, I'm the guy, right? Bouncing Betty. Let me see if we can find this. Video did indeed kill the radio star. Huh. That's so weird. I don't know why we can't fucking... I don't know why I can't find that again. Maybe... Oh, maybe it was on YouTube. Let me see. You guys are still talking about tweakers? Dude. Oh, shit. All right. Well, we don't have any more information about this. Hey, oh, there we are. Let's go, dude. Dude, we're watching us watching them. Let's go. Oh, shit. Dude. You'd rather be a tweaker than a Trump? Dude. Nobody's going to be a Trump. Yeah, I'm not going to fucking stay up and watch this all night. Right? But so Bakersfield police, though, is doing an update, and they're still saying they're right. This is something that I did see is somebody was waving out the window. Okay, one of the live streamers that was watching it did see waving. Person waving from the window.
Situation still unfolding here in Bakersfield. We just got an update from police that a second hostage has now been released, but at this hour, it's not clear how many people are inside that Chase Bank building. We just got an update actually from a Chase Bank spokesperson who clarified for us the bank itself on the first floor is now empty. This is happening on the neighboring floors. We also just got some new video from people here in the area. At this hour, we can see at least 2 women trapped inside, occasionally waving near the windows. Again, this all started at about 1 p.m. when that initial bomb threat was reported. We also want to show you some video of what this looked like earlier. Air 7 overhead, you can see the massive response from law enforcement. We've been told that crisis negotiators are working nonstop to speak with this suspect via a phone. We did get a hold of some law enforcement radio traffic capturing these frightening moments. Take a listen.
Yes, a hostage.
10-4 with hostages on the west end of the second floor. Subject has a possible makeshift gun in his hand and wires coming out from under his shirt.
Inside the building, I can see inside the primary building. The subject's got people on their knees.
We have an RP advising the second half appears to be strapping something around his waist. There's a live camera feed per this RP. There's a female subject helping him.
He still has his thumb on a switch. I believe it's his left thumb.
Law enforcement still not confirming to us just yet those additional details you heard there about possible.
Dude, I don't know what you guys are arguing out, but the word tweaker is fully acceptable. Okay. And as somebody myself who shot crystal meth for several years, the word tweaker is fine and acceptable. And they're, you know, people that are tweakers, they're right. I will use that word unapologetically to describe certain fucking members of the methamphetamine using community. Just for the record, I don't know what you guys, I haven't seen any of the argument, But I did see something about the word tweaker, but I fucking, dude, there are people who do meth and then there are tweakers. All right, and like
wires and a gun. We are waiting on confirmation if those details
my
are true.
2 cents.
Now that they're speaking with this man, again, what we do.
All right, let's see what we got here, though. All right, so this guy, it says here, he's strapping something around his waist. There was a live camera feed. A woman was helping him. He has his thumb on the switch. So this guy is bombed up.
Has his thumb on a switch. I believe it's his left thumb.
Law enforcement still not confirming to us just yet those additional details you heard there about possible wires and a gun. We are waiting on confirmation if those details are true. Now that they're speaking with this man, again, what we do know at this hour, 2 hostages now released. Several buildings remain on lockdown here in downtown Bakersfield as we wait for that official update from police about the others inside. Police have told us they've been given, quote, all the resources they need to make sure this comes to a peaceful conclusion. And that's, of course, what we are all hoping for here tonight in Bakersfield.
All right, let's go. There's the woman. All right, I'm gonna go make some videos, guys. I mean, I'm sure this thing is probably gonna go late. I'm not gonna watch a building all night long. You know, I'm not that invested in Bakersfield. I'm not. I mean, dude, I'm intrigued to see if this guy ends up being the guy involved. Okay? There were some reports that he was in a chat. Let me just see here. Did we see it on YouTube? Is that where we saw it? What's his name again? After the dance party, let's go. Yeah, no, we're oh, Anthony Scott Searle. That's who it was. I do want to see the chat part. All right. Not getting confirmation of this guy yet. Someone answer why they have every cop respond to, yeah, I don't know. I think that like some of that stuff is that, you know, they want, it becomes this thing, dude. Everybody shows up. Right? And they'll bring everybody from like every local police thing. I guess they figure if they have 100 cop cars, it's going to be over soon. Maybe they all want to just get in on it. I don't know. I've always looked at that shit though, guys, and thought like, holy shit, when you see something like this, that's the time that people are going to go out and like, if somebody was going to do a major drug deal, they're going to go do it like right now. Oh, yeah, here it is. This is it, guys. This is what we saw right here, okay? And it says that the Bakersfield hostage taker is allegedly Anthony Scott Searle. He is reportedly on Bravo Street Media on YouTube under the username Label the Monster. The FBI hostage rescue team is on scene. So somebody went into a chat and said, I'll release all the hostages if Trump sends in. Oh no. See, this is a fucking troll. Dude. See? Dude, this is a fucking troll, bro. This is the thing I saw earlier. I finally found it. But he says, if some Trump sends in Barron to 1v1 in chess. Dude, right? But dude, what's fucked up about this though is then you have this person though who did say that they saw somebody in a live chat. Okay, right? I was watching a live stream and apparently the police came to talk to the guy because the suspect was in the chat talking. But again, like, I don't know if that's accurate, right? Because this was the thing I was looking for. Okay, I was looking for this thing that talked about the live chat, but it's right? It's all just people conning, bro. Right? The internet is all filled with cons. They're cons, boss. Would be wild if he was watching a live stream. It would. But you know, the thing about this though is I feel like that would be fake, right? Somebody watching the live stream would get on there and start pretending to be this guy. I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it, guys. I think the hostage guy it's Chuck Schumer, bro. That's what it is. It's Spencer Pratt, right? Dude, it's Spencer Pratt. He's like, if I can't be mayor of LA, I'm gonna blow up this goddamn Chase building. Dude, that I should post that, bro. That Spencer Pratt is holding Karen Bass hostage in a Chase Manhattan. Bakersfield, right? Let's see if we got an update before we go. Let's look at the California. Last we checked, it was 55% in. So 56% in. $56 in. Still holding. Oh, dude, look at this, guys. Look at what happened right here. Look at this, guys. 1% of the votes came in, and 𝗙cie has picked up she's picked up like fucking 5,000 votes. Look at that shit. You see, this is what I'm talking about with Pratt and 𝗙cie with the remaining votes. It was 30-20, and she's already picked up 2% with 1% of the votes tallied. Like, again, we may, by tomorrow night's stream, Spencer may be out of this motherfucker, right? Because, dude, I feel like both Pratt and Hilton, they're getting all their votes early on. And I still think it's going to be Steyer and Becerra. And I think Pratt may get the boot, dude. Dude, I want to see Karen and 𝗙cie. I want no Pratt. I want my sanity, guys. Okay? I don't want to see Spencer Pratt's swollen, ugly face talking about like, oh, I'm going to put up a no robbing sign. Oh, you want to touch my girlfriend's fake tits for a fucking, make me mayor and I'll let you touch my girlfriend's fake boobs. You know? Like, give me a fucking break, dude. Yo, that's right, dude. The only thing I want to see Spencer Pratt and Steve Hilton involved with is maybe them and Chad Bianco go make like some G porn, boss. Okay, that's it. All right. If you want to put them in an adult film and fucking ship that shit off to Mars, like we can make that happen. But otherwise, get those fuckers out of politics. All right. All right. Fuck you. Bye bye. Seriously, dude. Dude, both of them railing Bianco. Steyer's back under 20%. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, guys, half the votes in, millions of votes coming. I'm telling you right now, I don't know if Hilton's going to make it, right? But, dude, we're going to be watching these numbers for like a week, bro. I mean, seriously, votes are going to be coming in for, like, we're not going to know the results of this election until next Tuesday. I shit you not. It's going to be like next Tuesday. It'll be next week at this time when we're going to finally know it. But we'll see. I mean, I just want no Pratt, dude. No Pratt, boss. That's what I want. I want a Pratt-free environment. That's all I ask for. All I ask for. But, dude, she made up. Dude, she was down 30,000, guys. And now she's down... Oh, I guess she's still down 30,000. I was doing the math wrong. But it was 30 to 20. Now it's 30 to 22. She's making up a little ground. Prattless. Prattless mayor. All right, you ready to dance, dude? Let's go. Let's dance. Pratt free. Dude, that guy. Dude, Spencer Pratt is so annoying, dude. Like, what a fucking douchebag, dude. Yeah, be nice to Daniel, too. I don't know what was going on with you guys and Daniel. I don't think he was doing anything wrong, was he? Right? You guys just arguing about words? Is that what's going on? Be nice to Daniel. All right? He is. He's a nice dude. Dude, he's been around a lot. Right? He's like, I've seen him in chat a whole bunch. Right? He doesn't like the word tweaker. I mean, not everybody likes the word tweaker. I like the word tweaker. But not everybody's going to like the word tweaker, though, guys. Right? I like that word. Dude. Let's go, tweakers! Let's go! All right, you ready? Let's go. You ready for a little tweak 𝗍𝗪? Dude, let's go! Dude, but I personally, though, guys, I know I use name calling in my comedy. I do. I use name calling. I will tear up somebody's looks, and people give me shit about that, though, guys. They do. Dude, people give me shit about it. They do in the YouTube comments or on Twitter. They're like, fuck you. You attack people's looks. You fucking, right? And I do it, though, dude. I do. I know it's like probably not always a good thing to do. And sometimes it's harsh, but I do it, man. In when I'm being comedic, I do go after the look sometimes. I do sometimes name call, and it's like I'm in the trenches. I'm a shitter, okay? Dude, Pratt is a piece of shit. Yes, he is, dude. You know, I probably shouldn't, but I do it. I get in the muck, boss. I'm like Walter Sobchak. I get down in the muck. But all right, be good to each other. Let's go, baby. Oh. Let's get it. Little 𝗙cie𝗹𝗪𝗀, baby. Dude, people give me shit about that, though. Dude, I get that a lot. People are like, you're a name caller. You're not a Democrat. You're not progressive. You call names. You just made fun of their looks, or they say you're ugly. you should make fun of their looks. And I'm like, I am ugly, but I'm gonna make fun of their looks anyway. I don't care. Let's go. Oh, oh. I will see you guys tomorrow. We will check in again. Hopefully we'll be Prattless by then. Take care of yourselves. I'll see you. Good night. You're all I've got. Do you need anything like I need you? It's over. Do you